Good morning, everyone. I want to thank everyone for joining this eManifest Advisory Board public meeting. To access the closed captioning feature for the eManifest Advisory Board meeting, as you view it via YouTube, please click on the closed captioning link in the bottom of your right-hand corner of your screen. Again, welcome to this virtual public meeting of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency's eManifest Advisory Board. The theme for this particular meeting is accelerating the future, phasing out paper manifests to unlock the full potential of eManifest. My name is Fred Jenkins, and I am the designated federal officer of the eManifest Advisory Board. Before we get started, I just want to take a couple of minutes to go over a few administrative items. As the DFO, I serve as the liaison between the board and agency, and I am responsible for ensuring that the provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act are met. I want to extend my thanks to the eManifest Advisory Board for agreeing to serve in this meeting and to the public for attending. The eManifest Advisory Board is a federal advisory committee that provides independent peer review and advice on the agency on operational matters related to the eManifest system. It is important to note that the advisory board only provides advice and recommendations to EPA, and that all regulatory decision-making and implementation authority remains with the agency. The eManifest Advisory Board is composed of 9 members. This includes the EPA administrator or designee to serve as the chair of the board. Our designated chair is Carolyn Hoskinson, the director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. The other 6 members include 6 representative members. These 6 representative members include 3 members who represent industry users of the manifest system to track the transportation of hazardous waste under the eManifest Act, and 3 representative members that are state representatives responsible for processing eManifest. There are two non-representative members of the eManifest Advisory Board. These 2 non-representative members are appointed solely for their expertise in information technology. Both of our IT experts have been appointed as special government employee members of the board. These 2 expert members are speaking and providing advice on behalf of themselves as experts in their field. As IT expert members of the board, they are subject to the applicable ethics laws. We have worked with appropriate agency officials to ensure that all appropriate ethic regulations are satisfied for this meeting. Both IT experts have been provided the provisions of the federal conflict of interest laws, and they both have filed a confidential financial disclosure report. I, along with the appropriate agency ethics officials, have reviewed these reports to ensure that all ethics requirements are met. This meeting provides an opportunity for public comment. We do encourage interested members of the public to take advantage of participating in the oral public comment scheduled this afternoon at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. If you have not made prior arrangements and you wish to make oral public comments, please let me know by sending me an email at jenkins.fred@epa.gov by no later than 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time today, so that I may have time to make arrangements and to provide you further instructions on how you will be providing your oral public comments this afternoon. Without having made prior arrangements, we ask that you please limit your oral comments to 5 minutes. There is a public docket for this meeting. The docket number is listed on the agenda. The docket number for this meeting is HQ OLEM 2025-0391. You can access the public docket via regulations.gov. All background materials and related documents are available in the docket. Slides of EPA presentations that you will see today will be available as soon as possible in the public docket. This entire meeting is being broadcasted via live stream over the internet. The live stream broadcast of this meeting is only available to those that have registered as a public audience attendee. Please report any technical problems with the live stream to me, Fred Jenkins, at jenkins.fred@epa.gov. At this point, I want to introduce and extend my thanks to Carolyn Hoskinson, the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, who is also the Chair of the E-Manifest Advisory Board. Carolyn?
All right, thank you, Fred. Welcome, everyone, and good morning. I assume that we have folks observing the meeting across the country. So for any of you observing from the West Coast, thank you for getting up so early to join us at this meeting of the E-Manifest Advisory Board. As Fred said, I'm Carolyn Hoskinson. I'm the Director of the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery, and honored to be in that position, the delegated chair of the E-Manifest Advisory Board. I'm looking forward to the next couple of days. What you will hear and see today is the culmination of long collaboration between everyone involved in the E-Manifest program. All of our partners showcase the shared vision of moving this program forward. We are hopeful that in today's meeting, we might get consensus on as many of the directions as possible. I know consensus is hard, but this is a good group, and I look forward to seeing how close to consensus we can get. I want to thank our staff at EPA for all the hard work that went into arranging for this meeting today. And I want to thank the public for all of your contributions to the program. And of course, want to thank our board members who are committing an awful lot of time, not just in the meeting, but throughout the year to be members of this board. And so with that, we will turn to the slide with the board members' names on them. And what I will ask is I will first call upon Michelle to introduce herself. And then if each of the board members will just go in order, you don't have to wait for me to call you, and introduce yourself one by one. So Michelle, if you would start us off.
Okay, so thank you, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. My name is Michelle Liu. I'm a full-time faculty working for Marymount University and teaching at School of Technology and Innovation, teaching the main teaching area of focusing on IT and then AI and cybersecurity. So I'm looking forward to work with everyone during the next 3 days. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Albert Tay. I'm a faculty member at Brigham Young University. I teach IT and cybersecurity in a variety of courses to undergraduates and graduate students. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jason Hosford. I work with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency in the Hazardous Waste Compliance and Enforcement Unit, and I'm looking forward to a good meeting here with EPA and the rest of the board members. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Hopper. I'm with the Maryland Department of Environment. I oversee EPID numbers, E-Manifest, binary reporting, and system administration.
Good morning. I'm Phil Nyhoff with the Montana Department of Environmental Quality. I'm a hazardous waste specialist.
Morning, I'm Addie Burden. I handle transportation disposal for a large remediation company mostly in the East Coast. I'm looking forward to the meeting today.
Good morning. I'm Angie Martin with Arkwood Environmental, formerly Heritage Environmental Services. And we are a hazardous waste treatment, storage, and disposal facility with a full transportation company.
Good morning. My name is Emily Spears. I am a hazmat compliance manager and here to represent the railroad industry on the board.
All right. Thank you, board members. You did a great job introducing yourselves. Appreciate it. So there is a lot of ground we want to cover today. And with no further ado, I will welcome Teresa Bouchagi, who is the Deputy Assistant Administrator for OLEM, for the Office of Land and Environmental Management, Office of Land and Emergency Management. I'm really thrilled that Teresa has a few moments to spend with us to kick us off today. And so I will turn it over to Teresa.
Great. Thanks, Carolyn. Good morning, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to this Federal Advisory Committee meeting of the E-Manifest Advisory Board. I would especially like to welcome and thank our newly appointed members of the E-Manifest Advisory Board, Philip Nyhoff from the Montana Department of Environmental Quality, Addie Burden from Sevenson Environmental Services, and Emily Spears from BNSF Railway Company. And of course, thank you to our returning board members for your continual assistance in providing us expert advice and consultation. The agency is very grateful to you all for being here with us this week. We know that you all have very busy schedules, and we appreciate your dedicated service in this role. Thank you to members of the public for joining us for this meeting and to those who have offered or plan to offer public comment. I also want to thank our state regulators, EPA headquarters, and regional colleagues and the U.S. Department of Transportation for your expertise and assistance, and our EPA E-Manifest team who has remained committed to maintaining the steady operations of the program, engaging with supporting the system users, and making progress towards the challenging goals for E-Manifest. EPA launched the E-Manifest system on June 30th, 2018, with the goal of transforming the traditional hazardous waste manifest processes. For decades, the paper manifest has served as the backbone of our operations. But as technology evolves and our regulatory and industry needs change, clinging to the old methodology holds us back. It is essential to sunset the paper manifest and fully embrace an electronic solution that is efficient, reliable, and secure. This transition will deliver substantial benefits across the board, including streamlined processes, enhanced transparency, and fewer errors. I want to stress that this decision was made after careful consideration and consultation with industry experts and regulatory agencies. We are committed to supporting every stakeholder through this transition. It's time to confidently step into a new era of technology-driven excellence. I encourage all of us to work collaboratively as we move toward a future of enhanced operational efficiency and regulatory compliance. The agency looks forward to receiving your consensus advice and recommendations so that we can determine the best path forward. With that, I know the E-Manifest team is ready to begin presenting and eager to listen and learn from our board and the public commenters. I look forward to seeing the outcome of your time together. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Teresa. Really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. With that, I will go over our agenda for the meeting. You will notice as we go through this that all the bullets except the last bullet we are planning to get through today. And the last bullet will be the rest of the meeting for Wednesday and Thursday. So we are going to start with some administrative procedures. We've done that. We've done the welcome and opening remarks. We will then go through the introduction and purpose, the problem statement that we're here to discuss. We will talk about some barriers to electronic manifest adoption. We have some guests here from DOT to talk about the DOT regulatory framework. We will talk about regulatory adjustments, options to enhance electronic signature solutions, potential biennial report integration, and other ways we can reduce burden. And then we will have the public comment period, and that is all going to happen today. And then we will move on to our charge questions. Anyone who has been to one of these meetings before, you know that our agenda is merely guidelines. As we get through each part of the agenda, we will move on. So if you are expecting something to happen at a particular time, pay attention to how the meeting is progressing, because if we get ahead of ourselves, we will keep going, except that at the end of the day today, we will end after the oral public comment period. So if that is earlier than 5 o'clock, we will adjourn earlier than 5. I'm going to say all times in Eastern time, since that's where I'm sitting. And if when we're done with today, tomorrow morning, we start again at 10 a.m. Eastern, and we will start on tomorrow with the charge questions. And we will take as much of Wednesday and Thursday as we need to get through the charge questions. So that is our agenda for the next couple days. And with that, I believe I am calling upon Sonia Sasseville, Sonia is the Director of the Program Implementation and Information Division within the Office of Resource Conservation and Recovery. And Sonia will talk about our introduction and purpose. Sonia.
Hey, everybody. So again, good morning and welcome. I'm Sonia Sasseville, Director of the Program Implementation and Information Division within ORCR. Our division leads the eManifest program, and I want to thank my team who have made this our 9th meeting possible. And thanks to the board and the participants, we look forward to getting your thoughts. So as directed by Congress, and then we can move on to the next slide here, EPA launched the eManifest in 2018, as mentioned earlier, to modernize hazardous waste tracking, aiming to save state and industry users over $50 million annually by shifting from paper to digital. However, despite years of improvements and outreach, very few of the nearly 2 million annual manifests are fully electronic. So EPA is now committed to establishing a clear timeline and to phase out paper manifests in order to fully realize our statutory goals and accelerate our transition to a fully electronic future. So next slide, we have called this meeting to solicit your counsel and expertise to provide the agency your, as Carolyn noted, hopefully consensus recommendations on a forthcoming paper sunset rulemaking, as well as our conceptual signing solution, which the team has worked hard on and we're really excited about. And so now I'm excited to turn the floor over to our eManifest program manager, Steve Donnelly.
And Steve, before you start, let me just pause and ask if any members of the board have any questions for Sonia about the introduction. Any questions for Sonia? All right. Thank you, Sonia. Turn it over to Steve.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you, board. Thank you, public. Thank you, everybody, for being here at our 9th meeting. And we can go to the next slide and discuss the problem we are looking to solve here. So we've gotten nearly 13 million manifests, about 2 million a year, and over 99% are submitted on paper. There is a large gap between the digital technology and existing practices. We want to say clearly that the continued reliance of paper is creating significant data quality challenges, administrative inefficiencies, and undermines our statutory goal for digital adoption. Moving away from paper is essential to unlock the enhanced transparency, improved compliance, and overall system reliability. Next slide, please. And just a little, just to bring some members of the board up to speed and the public, this is not the first time we're talking about the issues with the paper manifest. This has been something that we've discussed even prior to the initiation of the program, is how do we move from paper to an electronic workflow. We have promulgated several rules and we've implemented several key initiatives. So we've started with the 1-year rule, which created the equivalency between an electronic manifest and a paper manifest. We had the user fee rule, which in the fee structure incentivized adoption to electronic manifest. We have the recently promulgated 3rd eManifest rulemaking, which required the registration of generators, of the large quantity generators and small quantity generators, to go into the system and make corrections electronically, as well as access their final copy. We have a host of non-regulatory initiatives primarily focused on easing the signature transaction of that non-final manifest. We've done quicker sign, we've done remote signer, we've listened to our user community, and we've been moving substantially, but in pieces, towards a more electronic system. And we are now taking the step of, we've done a lot of work policy-wise, we've done some regulatory work. What is our next step to getting a paper sunset done quickly, efficiently, and in a way that will meet the needs of our user community? Next slide, please.
All right, before you talk about the next slide, Steve, board members, any questions for Steve on the purpose statement or the past efforts to address this? Okay. Keep going, Steve.
All right, thank you. Yes, the reliance on paper is, in a word, unsustainable. This has been costing industry and states millions in inefficiencies, and we are failing to deliver the transparency and data quality Congress envisioned when they passed the E-Manifest Act. We have improved the system to encourage voluntary adoption of electronic manifest, and we have had success requiring the use of electronic manifest for EPA-led cleanups. And we've also seen our tools such as QuickSign, Remote Signer, our system-to-system interconnection, the APIs, we've seen significant progress in that. And we do feel we have the foundation for a full transition. The infrastructure is already there. So just to blow it up, yes, so 99% of our manifests are done on paper. However, in total, 90% of our manifest data, this come in via system-to-system services. So we have a long way to go to get the electronic manifest number up. However, it is our belief that we have a very short way to go when it comes to integrating systems with the e-manifest to fully realize that electronic workflow. And we are developing a rulemaking that would propose to phase out paper manifest and set a clear deadline to galvanize industry action. And also outside of this, beginning October 1, we have new fees going into place, and we are discounting data plus image with the intention that these savings would be used by industry systems to upgrade in advance of a paper sunset. So we are very intentional with this next fee period being a transitional period for companies to use infrastructure savings and manifest savings to upgrade their systems to accommodate any changes that may be required. Next slide.
All right, I think that's when we transition to William, but before we do that, I will just pause. You will note a repeated pattern to the meeting. After each speaker, I will pause and ask if the board members have any questions for that speaker before we move on to the next speaker. So Addie.
Good morning. Yeah, I just wondered when you noted on your last slide success for the EPA-led cleanups using electronic manifest, what defines that for your group? Is there like a percentage of application that would define that as a success, or which type of electronic manifests are being used in that statement?
Yes, thank you. So we are, for EPA-led cleanups, we're generally considering, sites on the Superfund National NPL, I forget what NPL stands for, National Priority List, that are shipping off waste that is either considered federally hazardous or state hazardous. And beginning in October of last year, so for FY25, we had a requirement that said for those shipments, unless otherwise documented, the OLM policy to ourselves is that those shipments need to be electronic manifest. And we've had success with that policy. So for the majority of the fiscal year, we were about 15% adoption, which was quite hot, which was a bit higher than the national average of 0.5%. And then for the full fiscal year, we are at 4%, which is still much higher than the national percent, and it's definitely not exactly where we need to be. However, the lesson here that we're taking at eManifest headquarters is that having a clear policy that says you must do this will lead to more compliance. And there are some issues with there are some Superfund sites that do need an additional meeting or two with the program to remind them. However, we've had a lot of great success in Region 2 with their cleanups, working with some major receiving facilities, and that has been our metric for success. Is we see that giving a requirement and saying please execute, didn't get us all the way there. However, knowing that this was the first year of this future program, we're going to see some higher numbers, I imagine.
Can I ask a clarification too?
Yes.
Sure can.
So of those 15 to 4%, is that full electronic manifest or data plus image?
So these were, so I don't have the rough numbers in front of me, but those were these were full electronic manifests. So I believe we're saying in the ballpark of 2,000 manifests were shipped out from Superfund sites this year, and roughly 4% of those, of that gross total, were fully electronic manifests.
Okay, thank you.
Steve, if you could please clarify for the board, the EPA policy was focused on fully electronic
Yes.
manifest from EPA sites, not image only or data plus image.
Yes, so the policy said, you know, the bare minimum is you have to, if you're shipping hazardous waste offsite, you do need to have a manifest. We were very clear with that. However, we were saying that these manifests that you're shipping offsite, they do need to be fully electronic, meaning that the manifest is created and tracked in the system with electronic signatures.
Addie, any other clarifying questions from you before I turn to Angie?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Great, thank you. Angie.
Yes, Steve, thank you for all this information. And my question specifically about the cost savings, partly that you just mentioned. You said millions, it says $50 million in the white paper. And I assume that those calculations were done in that February 7th, 2014 rulemaking. That's been a decade. Have we refreshed those numbers? A lot of things have changed. $50 million just seems like a lot of money to me.
Well, those numbers were also included in the RIA for the user fee rule that was promulgated in 2016, or I think the rule went final in 2016. 2018.
User fee rules.
Yeah, user fee, I'm sorry, 2018. That was also part of that. And the main driver of the cost savings is the integration with the biennial report. And we do see, we'll talk about that later, but we still do see there is a considerable amount of burden to be reduced when it comes to the having that biennial report almost completed with all the appropriate manifest information. And also, you know, a good part of that burden reduction is also the mail back of the paper copy, which was as of, what was that, December last year? We got rid of that? January of this year, that receiving facilities are no longer required to mail back that paper copy. But yes, the RIA is still considered valid for this program.
Okay, but so then my clarifying question is, this $50 million is not it's incremental. We've already realized some of the incremental savings by the mail back, for example.
Yes, but by far the largest part, and Amanda, Brian, you want to?
I just want to mention that we, in the third rule, we changed the requirement for the LQGs and SQGs to receive their final copies through their registered accounts, and that requirement went into effect in January of this year.
So my question is, we've realized some of this $50 million savings already. So if we were to go fully electronic, we don't get the whole 50 million. I just want to make sure I understand that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Angie. Any other questions on Steve's presentation? Watching for board members to raise their hands. All right, then, thank you. And I will turn it over to William.
Wonderful. Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Steve. I'm excited to talk about really the meat and potatoes of the issue, the barriers to electronic manifest adoption that we have worked to get over so far, and those that we believe that the information presented in this proposal and the feedback provided to us by the advisory board will help us overcome. So I would ask that we move to the next slide, please. Of course, I can't be clear enough that the agency is steadfast in its goal to achieve 100% electronic manifesting. And we've identified over the years of this program several key obstacles to that adoption. On the non-technical side, the legacy workflow. Obviously, while there is tremendous complexity in managing a paper manifest process, signing the paper manifest itself is traditionally very easy. It's pen and paper. We anticipate in our proposal bringing the electronic signature process far closer to that and improving that process dramatically. Access to manifest tracking numbers. We've heard from a variety of members of the user community about the need for groups of manifest tracking numbers in advance for things like printing labels and other documentation. And the team is in process developing multiple options and seeking feedback to improve and make available bulk manifest tracking numbers for industry to meet those pre-shipment needs. Variability of pickup volumes. This includes arriving on site and discovering that 10 barrels is actually 11, as well as different forms of business that may mean showing up at a generator site with an unknown quantity of waste. And being able to make those changes today means, again, paper and pencil on a sheet of paper. And our proposed method that you'll see later in this presentation, we believe, with your feedback, will address the complexity arising from that variability. Similarly, hazardous waste is not a 9-to-5 business, and office and field hours sometimes don't align. So somebody who is able to sign and is registered in the office electronically isn't out there in the field. Through the remote signer policy that Steve mentioned, we've expanded that, and we're also considering future changes that would make it possible to further harmonize the 24/7 nature of hazardous waste and reduce the dependency on anything 9-to-5. On the technical side, we understand that the traditional legacy paper manifest has been around for some time, and those costs have been amortized over decades. And so, as Steve mentioned, some of the changes that we're proposing, we hope can be financed through reductions in fees effective October 1st. Additionally, cell and internet access is not something that's available in every case. And even in areas where internet service might theoretically be available, elements about the business or the site may preclude safe use of cell phones or other devices. Again, the remote signer policy and some of the forthcoming changes you'll see today, we believe, address that issue. One of the issues that we've heard over and over again from members of the eManifest user community is the DOT shipping paper requirement. And I would like to emphasize that that is something we have heard loud and clear. And EPA has established increased coordination with the U.S. Department of Transportation as a program priority in the 2023 version of this meeting. To facilitate that coordination, EPA has established an interagency agreement with the U.S. Department of Transportation's Volpe Center. Volpe Center personnel are conducting research on hazardous waste transportation issues related to eManifest and support our regular meetings with the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration on electronic hazard communication. I am proud to introduce Senior Program Manager Mark Rainey from the USDOT Volpe Center to present on the regulatory framework of the DOT shipping paper and to tell us more about the PHMSA Special Permit Program. Before I hand it over to Mark, Carolyn.
Before you hand it over to Mark, thank you. Anyone on the board have any questions for William? Albert.
Thank you. My question is this. With the change in the volume or request or whatever you want to call it, would the transportation be able to handle especially if it's a bigger load or volume? How do they handle that?
Well, that would be situational. Certainly, if it's a small amount of change, that'll be dependent on the business. They may say, we agreed to pick up X volume, and if it's X plus Y, that has billing implications and potentially implications for what the facility is permitted to receive. And they may say, no, we're not taking that amount right now. They may say, absolutely, we're in a position to take that right now, or we'll need to send somebody else out on another day with another kind of truck. It'll depend entirely on the businesses involved, their processes, and what kind of waste it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Albert. Any other questions for William? Okay, then with that, as William said, every one of these board members that I've been a part of, we have the topic of the DOT shipping paper has come up, and EPA has coordinated extensively with DOT outside of these meetings, but for this meeting, we said, well, let's just bring DOT to the meeting. So thank you for coming, and Mark, if you and your colleagues would go ahead and introduce yourselves as you speak, and I will turn it over to you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Actually, can you advance the next slide, please? Thank you. So good morning. My name is Mark Rainey. I'm a senior engineer and project manager with the Volpe Center. We're located in Cambridge, Mass. As William mentioned, the Volpe Center is part of the US DOT. We're actually under the Office of the Assistant Secretary for Research and Technology. As part of US DOT, Volpe's mission is to improve the nation's transportation system by anticipating emerging issues and advancing technical, operational, and institutional innovations for the public good. And I want to clarify that Volpe is not a regulating agency, and that the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, PHMSA, and not Volpe is the regulating agency for the DOT hazardous material regulations that I'll be presenting on. There'll be two distinct halves to my presentation this morning. Under the first half, I'll be providing information on the DOT shipping paper requirements and how they apply to hazardous waste manifests. And in the second half, I'll be providing an overview of PHMSA's special permit program. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So shipping papers are required for shipments of hazardous material under US DOT PHMSA hazardous material regulations, or the HMR. The shipping papers and emergency response information need to be maintained as a physical printed document during transportation. They are primarily needed during transportation to communicate information about the hazardous material being transported to the carrier, to law enforcement, and to emergency responders. Where a hazardous waste manifest is a specific type of shipping paper required by EPA to track hazardous waste shipments for cradle-to-grave tracking, meaning from point of generation to final disposal. Hazardous waste manifests are required for any shipment of hazardous waste under RCRA. Manifests include the same information as a regular shipping paper, plus EPA identification numbers for the generator, transporters, and designated treatment, storage, and disposal facility, along with hazardous waste codes and specific handling instructions. Next slide, please. So the DOT regulations are under Title 49, with the PHMSA hazardous material regulations being under Subtitle B, Chapter 1, Subchapter C. The majority of the hazardous material regulations I'll be presenting on in Part 172, which includes the hazardous materials table, special provisions, hazardous materials communications, emergency response information, training requirements, and security plans. I'll be focusing mostly on the shipping paper requirements under Subpart C, as well as the hazardous table under Subpart B and the emergency response information requirement under Subpart G. There are additional modal specific requirements under Parts 174 through 177, and I'll also be highlighting how the EPA hazardous waste manifest requirements under Title 40, Chapter 1, Subchapter 1, Parts 262 through 265 need to be accounted for. Next slide, please. So in terms of DOT shipping paper requirements, the HMR does not require a shipper to use a special form or format for shipping papers. Shipping papers can be a manifest, bill of lading, invoice, shipper's declaration, even a plain piece of paper. But when preparing hazardous waste manifests, it's important to recognize that manifests need to comply with both DOT and EPA regulations. Although DOT regulations don't require a special form or format, shipping papers need to contain a certain required information in a required sequence. consisting of the proper shipping description, which includes basic description, additional information when required, quantity of hazardous material by mass or volume with applicable units, the number and type of packaging, including packaging specifications when needed, followed by the emergency response information and the shipper's certification. And that there's specific requirements for hazardous waste manifest. Next slide, please. So a correct shipping description includes many components, including the basic description, which must be placed on a shipping paper in the required sequence. An easy way to remember the proper sequence is to refer to the acronym ISHIP. So I for identification number, S for shipping name, H for hazard class or division, and P for packing group. The first step in filling out a shipping paper is to refer to the hazardous materials table that's included in DOT 172-101 and find the entry that most appropriately describes the hazardous material you are shipping. The information known as a basic description will include the identification number, which is indicated in column 4, the proper shipping name, which is indicated in column 2. For hazardous waste, if the word waste is not included in column 2, the proper shipping name for the hazardous waste shall include the word waste preceding the proper shipping name of the material, for example, waste acetone. The hazard class or division is found in column 3, in the packing group in column 5. So if a material has one or more subsidiary hazards, they are identified in column 6, and they must be listed with the basic description. Next slide, please. So when required or provided, the additional information that's listed must be after the basic description with 2 exceptions. So for the technical name, that may be placed in parentheses after the proper shipping name or after the basic description, or RQ for reportable quantity may be entered either before or after the basic description. Codes listed in columns 1 and 7 of the table indicate there is additional information regarding the hazardous material being shipped, and some of which may be required to be entered in the basic description. Column 1 of the table contains 6 different symbols which note additional information for the material. For example, a G in column 1 indicates the proper shipping name listed must further be identified by the addition of the technical name in the parentheses. That can be found usually through the chemical manufacturer or the safety data sheet. And special permit provision codes are listed in column 7. Special provisions contain packaging provisions, prohibitions, exemptions from requirements for particular quantities or forms of materials, and requirements or prohibitions applicable to specific modes of transportation. For example, information on special permits must be indicated with a DOT-SP followed by the special permit number. After the material is identified from the hazardous material table, appendices A and B must be checked. Appendix A is the list of hazardous material substances in reportable quantities. Appendix B lists marine pollutants when applicable. Next slide, please. So following information on the quantity and the number and type of packages, the shipper must include emergency response information on the shipping paper itself or a separate document. The emergency response information is used in the event of an incident involving hazardous material to assist emergency responders at the scene. At a minimum, this information must include the basic description, including the technical name if applicable, immediate hazards to health, risks of fire or explosion, immediate precautions to be taken in the event of an accident or incident, immediate methods for handling fires, initial methods for handling spills or leaks in the absence of fire, and preliminary first aid measures. There's additional specific requirements that available within Part 172. Next slide, please. So shipping papers must contain an emergency response telephone number unless specifically indicated. The emergency response number must be entered immediately following the shipping description for the material, entered once in a prominent area on the shipping paper that is clearly visible and easily identifiable. For example, emergency contact followed by the phone number. If the emergency response number is placed in one location, it must apply to all hazardous materials described on the shipping paper. If a separate telephone number or more is needed for different materials, the corresponding emergency response number must be entered immediately after the shipping description to which it applies. The emergency response telephone number may be the generator of the shipment or a third-party provider. If a third-party provider is used, has been contracted, you must include the name or the contract number. While the hazardous material is in transportation, including storage incidental to transportation, the emergency response telephone number must be monitored at all times, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Answering services, answering machines, beepers, or telephone numbers that require a callback are not permitted. Next slide, please. So persons offering materials for transportation shall certify their shipment is offered in accordance with the hazardous material regulations. The required DOT certification statements are listed in 172-204. The certification must be signed by a principal, officer, partner, or employee of the shipper or his agent, and it may be signed manually by typewriter or by other mechanical means. Additional certifications apply for waste, specifically the waste minimization certification. There are also specific certifications for radioactive materials and rail and air transportation shipments. Next slide, please. There are specific accessibility requirements for shipping papers. There's modal-specific requirements identified in 174 through 177. The HMR requires shipping papers to be accessible during transport by the carrier. For example, for carriage by highway, a driver of a motor vehicle containing hazardous material for each carrier using such a vehicle shall ensure that shipping paper is readily available to and recognizable by authorities in the event of an accident or inspection. Clearly distinguishing the shipping paper, and when the driver is at the vehicle controls, the shipping paper shall be within his immediate reach and either readily visible to a person entering the driver's compartment or in a holder which is mounted to the inside of the door on the driver's side of the vehicle. When the driver is not at the vehicle controls, the shipping paper shall be either in the holder on the driver's side of the vehicle or on the driver's seat. Next slide, please. So although shipping papers are primarily needed during transportation to communicate information about the hazardous material being transported to the carrier, to law enforcement, and to emergency responders, there are DOT retention and record keeping requirements. The person providing the shipping paper shall record the date of the hazardous material is accepted by the carrier and maintain a copy or electronic image for 2 years, 3 years for hazardous waste. Copies must be accessible at or through the principal place of business and must be made available if requested by an authorized official. Next slide, please. So I'll now review some additional hazardous waste manifest specific requirements. So unlike DOT shipping papers in general, manifests do have required forms. Under the HMR, no person may offer, transport, transfer, or deliver hazardous waste unless an EPA hazardous waste manifest is prepared using an EPA Form 8722-22. The form needs to be signed, carried, and given as required. For carriage by public highway, DOT requires transporters of hazardous materials to carry a paper document. As such, hazardous waste transporters must carry one printed copy of the electronic manifest on the transport vehicle. Electronic manifest can be used in lieu of the paper manifest forms if the electronic manifest is obtained, completed, and transmitted in accordance with 40 CFR 26220 and used in accordance with 40 CFR 26224. Under the regulations, electronic manifests are the legal equivalent of paper manifests, forms bearing handwritten signatures and satisfy for all those purposes and requirements. Electronic signatures are acceptable in lieu of handwritten signatures, provided that one printed copy of the electronic manifest bearing the electronic signatures is provided to the initial transporter as required. Next slide, please. The carriage requirements under 40 CFR 26320 further states that the manifest system satisfies the accessibility and forward requirements as long as the hazardous waste transporter carries one printed copy of the electronic manifest on the transport vehicle to comply with the DOT requirements. Next slide, please. There are specific preparation certification requirements for hazardous waste manifests. The generator shall prepare the manifest in accordance with Part 262. The original copy of the manifest must be dated by and bear the handwritten signature of the person representing the generator of the waste at the time it is offered for transportation. The initial carrier accepting the waste for transportation. Generators may not sign on behalf of transporters. A copy of the manifest must be dated by and bear the signature of the person representing each subsequent carrier at the time of acceptance and the designated facility receiving the waste upon receipt. Next slide, thank you. As part of ensuring the tracking of hazardous waste shipments from point of generation to final disposal, a copy of the manifest bearing all required dates and signatures must be given to the person representing each carrier accepting the waste. Carried during transportation in the same manner as required for shipping papers, given to a person representing the designated facility receiving the waste. For foreign shipments, a copy must be returned to the generator by the carrier that transported the waste from the U.S. to the foreign destination with the notation of the date of departure from the U.S. And then a copy must be retained by the generator and by the initial and each subsequent carrier for 3 years from the date of the waste was accepted by the initial carrier. A copy of the electronic manifest satisfies that 3-year requirement. Next slide, please. Under DOT regulations, there are electronic shipping paper exemptions for rail transport. A rail carrier may accept shipping paper information either telephonically or electronically via EDI from an offer of hazardous material shipment. PHMSA has also issued DOT special permits to 5 Class 1 railroads, which authorize train crews to maintain their train consist on an electronic device that's carried by the train crew in the locomotive cab and to transmit that train consist information electronically to emergency responders or authorized federal, state, or local officials in the event of an incident or an inspection. In the next half of my presentation, I'll provide an overview on what is a DOT special permit, as well as the application and evaluation process for obtaining one. Next slide, please. So a DOT special permit, previously called an exemption, is a document issued by PHMSA's Associate Administrator in accordance with U.S. Code 5117 of Title 49. The special permit set forth alternatives or variances to the hazardous material regulation requirements, authorizing persons to perform a function that is not otherwise permitted. To be issued a special permit, the requirements under the special permit must either achieve an equivalent level of safety to that required under the regulations, or if a required safety level does not exist, be consistent with the public interest in that it will adequately protect against the risks to life and property inherent in the transportation of hazardous material. Next slide, please. Not every transportation situation can be anticipated and covered under the hazardous material regulations. Special permits provide a means for added regulatory flexibility without compromising safety. They provide a mechanism to allow industry to test and integrate new products, technologies, and innovation into production in the transportation system. Next slide, please. There are 3 types of special permits. There are new special permits, which may be granted for up to 2 years, renewals of existing special permits, which may be granted for up to 4 years, and party status of existing special permits, which similarly may be granted for no more than 2 years initially, with a renewal cycle of every 4 years. Any person eligible to apply for a special permit may apply to be a party to an application or an existing special permit other than for manufacturing special permits. Special permits can often lead to rulemaking changes, with PHMSA adopting provisions of special permits into the regulations. PHMSA regularly conducts reviews of special permits to identify widely used and long-standing permits with an established safety record for conversion into the regulations. Next slide, please. There are specific requirements for special permit applications. Each special permit application must include general information on the applicant if they're requesting a confidential treatment, description of the proposed special permit, and a justification of the proposed special permit, meaning whether their application demonstrates that they achieve an equivalent level of safety as required by the regulations, or if it's doesn't achieve a required safety level, is consistent with the public interest. There is also specific information that must be included with the description of the proposed special permit. It needs to identify the citation and basis for the specific regulation from which they're seeking relief, identify the mode or modes of transportation that are affected, including operational controls, a description of the proposed special permit, including supporting documents, whether the applicant is seeking emergency processing, specific information related to the affected packaging, operations, quantities of shipment, a statement to whether the proposed special permit is related to a compliance review, inspection activity, or enforcement action, a statement indicating whether the applicant will be acting as a shipper, a carrier, or both in the duration or schedule of events for which the special permit is sought. Next slide, please. There are 3 phases associated with the processing and evaluation of special permit applications. The completeness review phase, the evaluation phase, and the disposition phase. PHMSA's General Approvals and Permit Branch is responsible for the processing of special permits in accordance with the requirements in Part 107 and the standard operating procedures for special permits approvals as identified in Appendix A. There are 4 different types of special permit applications that may be processed, including new permits, modifications to existing permits, a renewal or renewal to an existing permit, or to gain party status to an existing permit. Next slide, please. So as I said, the first step is to review the completeness of the application. PHMSA will review all applications to determine if they contain all the required information. They'll reject applications if they're determined to be incomplete. And if an applicant, if determined to be incomplete, an applicant may resubmit a rejected application as a new application. If the application is determined to be complete and sufficient for new or modifications to existing special permits, PHMSA will publish a summary of the application in the Federal Register. This gives an opportunity for the public to comment on the request. The second step is to perform an evaluation of the special permit application. That consists of both a technical evaluation and a safety profile evaluation. And when appropriate, PHMSA will consult and coordinate their evaluations with other operating administrations that share enforcement authority. They'll also consult with other agencies and hazardous materials subject matter experts such as the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and DOE. The technical evaluation component consists of whether the proposed special permit achieves, it basically evaluates whether the proposed special permit achieves a level of safety equal to that required under the regulations. And if a required safety level does not exist, it considers whether the application is consistent with public interest in that it will adequately protect against the risks to life and property inherent in the transportation of hazardous material. Each applicant for a special permit is also subject to a safety profile evaluation to assess if they're fit to conduct the activity authorized by the special permit application. Next slide, please. The third step is to either grant or deny the application based on the evaluation. They may grant or deny an application in whole or in part. Special permits may be granted subject to provisions that are appropriate to protect health and safety or property. PHMSA may impose additional provisions or remove conditions that were in the application. PHMSA may also subsequently modify, suspend, terminate, or grant party status to any issued special permit to reflect any change in regulation, change in circumstance, or if the holder violates the terms of the special permit. As I stated earlier, new special permits may be granted for up to 2 years. Renewals may be granted up to 4 years, and party status similarly can be granted up to 2 years initially with a renewal cycle of every 4 years. If denied, the applicant may request reconsideration. If the reconsideration is denied, the applicant may appeal. Applicants submitting special permit reconsiderations and appeals must do so in the same manner as new applications. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So on this slide, I've included some PHMSA links to some additional helpful information on DOT shipping papers and special permits. PHMSA's Hazmat Transport Requirements brochure provides a consolidated summary of the shipping paper preparation and retention requirements, including using the hazardous material table. And it also provides additional information on hazardous materials training, marking, labeling, placarding, and packaging codes. The PHMSA special permit overview page provides general information and links for applying for a special permit. The final link is a link to PHMSA's special permit search tool where any issued special permit can be searched. They're all publicly available. In addition, 2 handouts have been prepared and included with the docket that summarizes the information that was provided within my presentation today. And thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Mark, thank you so much. That was a lot of information. I hope people were paying close attention so that if they have questions, now is the time. Angie.
Hey, Angie Martin with Arcwood. Nice to meet you, Mark. I didn't know if you were aware that some people in industry have been working with PHMSA and talking about special permits for this. Okay, so you are aware.
I know special permits have been issued for hazardous material. There's a longstanding one to UPS for I think it's over 10 years now. I know others have reached out. I hadn't heard for that a hazardous waste transporter had, but
I'm not talking about, I'm talking about just in general, like if, this has been happening. Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a precedent that hazardous materials have moved without paper.
Yes. Yeah. Like I say, the UPS has a one that's been in place for over 10 years.
Okay. But they're only good for 2, so that's the next one. Does it just keep getting renewed?
Initially for a new special permit, it can only be granted for 2 years initially, but then it can be renewed. And if it's been proven and it has a proven safety record, that when it goes through that review cycle, it can be renewed for 4 years. And then every 4 years, it can be continually renewed as long as they submit the request for renewal.
Great, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Angie and Emily.
Thank you. So Angie, I kind of wanted to speak to your clarifying question, but then, and I don't know that DOT really outlined the way that the rail transportation ships hazardous waste or even just ships hazardous materials. So since 2020, we've actually, the rail industry has been moving transportation under electronic or moving hazardous materials and hazardous waste under electronic shipping documents. So we do have a special permit. We have gone through the renewal process, just recently received a renewal that had some contingencies on it. So we clearly understand that process. But one of the things that I wanted to bring up is, the rail industry has long utilized like EDI interchange systems to kind of manage our shipping documents. And under both EPA and DOT regulations, the rail industry or rail transporters, we don't carry a hazardous waste manifest with us when we transport hazardous waste. So we only use a shipping document that has the required information from that hazardous waste manifest on our shipping documents. Now, there are some exceptions to that. The EPA identification numbers don't have to be on there. Generator certifications and signatures don't have to be on there. And then further, interchange carriers don't have to sign the manifest. And so really the way that the rail industry utilizes the hazardous waste manifest, I do feel like we are positioned well for the e-manifest because we only accept from a facility. So we don't accept hazardous waste from, say, an over-the-road carrier where we're having to get that manifest signed. We typically only pick up at a rail spur or a rail facility when we're picking up. And so for the rail industry, we only sign the hazardous waste manifest or that we follow that process during the origination of that shipment. So when we receive billing, it is noted through, we have standard transportation commodity code, so it's noted through a 48 series stick. That billing gets put into a suspended status. until we receive that hazardous waste manifest. As the initial carrier, we sign that hazardous waste manifest, and then we release that shipment within our system so that that particular package shipment can be picked up. And so our crews, they don't sign at the time of pickup. It's at the time of the billing originates, because it's the original rail shipper that's signing this. And so I just kind of wanted to clarify that yes, we already do move hazardous waste through electronic shipping papers. And then also we utilize the shipping paper as that per se manifest when we're transporting hazardous waste.
Emily, that was super helpful. Thank you so much for bringing the perspective of the rail carriers. Really appreciate that. Any additional clarifying questions that you want to ask of DOT?
Not of DOT, but I do have some questions later on for EPA as far as the signatures. But I want to understand the whole new signature process. So thank you.
Okay, great. We'll get to that. Albert.
Mark, interesting that you, in one of the slides, you said that the CFR's request or demands that there's a physical printed document. Now, when was this CFR implemented or documented?
I mean, the current CFR requires for printed. It's been, I don't know, I can't recall when it was originally put in. It's been longstanding.
Because the reason is why they have that. That was the only time that they do have well, only paper. And now that even the courts now recognize electronic documents, is that something that needs to be addressed at that level, the CFRs itself?
Yeah, I mean, PHMSA has long pursued and considered for going to and allowing for electronic. There was the HM Access project that was done, I want to say around that Volpe was also involved with, that looked at the feasibility of going to electronic. They've sent out RFIs related to getting input for going to electronic. And I believe in the most recent advance notice of proposed rulemaking that was put out, that came, comments were due in August 5th, if I recall correctly, that was related to getting input from the public in regards to potential deregulation opportunities or changes to the regulations. And they received, I think, close to 5,800 comments or somewhere in that neighborhood. And some of those were also addressed allowing for electronic shipping papers. And so I think those are all being considered at this time.
Thank you.
All right, Albert, did that address your question?
Yes, it did.
Excellent. Jason.
Yeah, hi, Mark. I'm Jason. I'm with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, state representative here. And so some of my questions might be a little elementary, but trying to understand more about the transporting aspect of things, because this has been a big discussion point at these board meetings in the past. But I guess my first question is, when it comes to these special permits, just to clarify, these are obviously permits that would be requested by the transporter, essentially allowing them to forego having a physical shipping paper in the cab of the truck and having an alternative electronic option. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, it can be requested by the offerer or the carrier, the shipper or the carrier. So, or if there's, or even if they're acting in both cases, yes. So, but yeah, they have to submit an application, and within the application of that proposed special permit, they would identify how they propose meeting equivalent level of safety as required under the regulations.
Okay, and then a follow-up question to that then is, so what is the turnaround time on approving those type of special permits? Is that something that is done fairly quickly? I'm envisioning if this is the process for, numerous dozens of transporters around the country to get into e-manifest adoption, how quickly are those permits typically processed?
Yeah, it does vary on the complexity of the application. There are required turnaround times with it. I don't recall exactly on all of them. I think there's maybe in terms of review for completeness, I want to say it's like a 30-day thing. And then I want to say review of the evaluation and termination is 120 days, but I wouldn't swear to that. I'd have to go back and verify. But it can vary based on the complexity. And then also during the evaluation process, PHMSA could go back to the applicant for additional information, depending on what's provided as part of their supporting documents.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. And then you had mentioned that. So did you say that UPS has been using a special permit for actually transporting hazardous waste without a physical shipping
For hazardous,
in the cab?
yeah, for hazardous materials, I don't think they get into hazardous waste, but they're shipping hazardous materials under a special permit.
Okay, so you're not aware of any current situations where there is a special permit issued to a transporter or a shipper for hazardous waste?
No, I'm not aware of one, and I'm not aware if an application has been submitted for consideration from a hazardous waste transporter. I know there's others that have been transmitted for hazardous materials, but I'm not aware of one for hazardous waste.
Okay,
but
thank you.
Again, we're not PHMSA, so there could be ones that we're not privy to.
Sure, thank you.
Jason, any additional questions?
Not right now. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Addie.
Good morning, Mark. Thank you for that presentation. Really, really good information for everybody. So is there a point at which there are so many special permit requests kind of one flavor or one, like you could see a point where there would be so many special permit requests to use electronic manifesting for hazardous waste manifesting that that DOT or PHMSA decides that, hey, this might be something we need to just add to regulation or consider for adoption? Is that
yes, definitely
precedent for that?
I mean, that's actually part of the process with special permits. A lot of times what happens is that special permits become almost a testing ground. And then once a number of special permits, a party to special permits have been issued, and there is a history of safety compliance and safety record, those will either the requirements as defined within that special permit or aspects of that special permits will lead to a rulemaking change, where they to change the requirements and allow for those different variances within the regulations. And so that's standard, a standard thing that does happen, and PHMSA does regularly review the special permits that have been issued for identifying ones that have an established safety record, or where there's been a number of similar special permits that have been issued, which then look to justify moving forward with a notice of proposed rulemaking and such forth, or a rulemaking change.
And then how long does that process normally take if it's put into place from a special permit?
That can vary a lot. I mean, because it depends on, but it goes through the normal rulemaking process. So there'd be an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking, receive comments, review those comments, etc.
Okay. And then another question related to that. You said that there haven't been any for hazardous waste to ship under special permit for hazardous waste. Have you had discussions with EPA as offer at all to do that for their projects?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I am not aware of any for hazardous waste. We haven't had those conversations. And the government cannot submit for a special permit. It has to be, industry, the generator, the carrier that is the one that puts in an application.
So if they're the generator, they can't put in an application. If EPA, it's a Superfund site that's an EPA generator, could they put in the application, or they cannot?
I'm not sure if EPA could, as being within the government, to put in that. I think that it would be a private generator, but I'd have to look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Addie. We'll turn to Jennifer.
Thank you. I guess I'm just a little bit confused on the purpose of the special permit. Is it I mean, it's mainly just so they can do it electronically, and the biggest component to deciding whether to approve or not is the safety aspect of it. I just don't understand why certain companies would, or shippers would, use the special permit versus not, and maybe give some more examples of why or what would be considered a special permit.
Certainly. Yeah. So, I mean, a special permit can be any variance. I mean, from the regulations, it could be a variance in packaging, operational activity, or what have you. In this case, we're talking in terms of if someone was to apply for a special permit or exemption from having to carry a printed shipping paper during transportation. And the way it's like, if you can see the UPS special permit is available publicly. You could look it up through PHMSA's search tool. And within there, it defines how they're meeting the safety concerns associated by not carrying carrying a printed shipping paper within the vehicle. So in terms of having a 24/7 contact number, in terms of how they're communicating that there isn't a paper on board the vehicle, and identifying what that response time would be if there is whether it be for inspection or whether there's an emergency, and if a authorized whether it be federal, state, what have you, emergency responders requesting that information, how quickly that information has to be relayed and how it would be relayed to them from in this case, UPS. But yeah, it can be for a variety of different things. But in this case, we're talking in terms of if industry hazardous waste transporter wanted to submit for a exemption for carrying that paper.
I mean, I understand like why UPS might, because of the fact that their turnover of packages is so high and they're constantly changing and delivering. But can you give examples of others that might apply for this or has been approved for this?
I off the top of my hand, I'm not familiar with one, or can think of one in terms of related to shipping papers per se, but other ones may, like, for example, it can also, I mean, they can be issued for anything, including like packaging. So you may have a case where, like, for say a cargo take motor vehicle that carries hazardous waste, it's under the regulations, they need to be certain requirements. There's a metallic tank, and they don't allow for fiber reinforced polymer plastic tanks. There's manufacturers that have submitted information to show how their packaging meets the equivalent safety as a metallic tank. They've been providing all the supporting information for that, and special permits have issued that say, okay, well, the regulations don't allow for using FRP for making these packagings, but now under this special permit, you're allowed to make those kind of packagings for transport with domestically.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. All right, Addie.
So my question kind of goes back to when you were talking about the shipping papers versus the hazardous waste manifest. It sounds like you could, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, you could use electronic manifesting fully and then perhaps have a shipping paper in the cab that's not the manifest, as long as you had a manifest that was accompanying electronically. Is that
correct?
Kind of the takeaway from that? So you could almost do, say I had 300 loads to ship, a boilerplate shipping paper that would go with each driver, but it wouldn't have a hazardous waste manifest number on it. The hazardous waste manifest tracking would be fully electronic. Yeah,
the shipping paper does it has to make sure it complies with all the requirements under the DOT regulations in terms of the information on hazardous material, the quantity being shipped, all those types of things. So, because I mean, the purpose of the DOT shipping paper is to relay information on the hazardous material to inspectors, emergency responders in the case of an incident during transport. It's not a tracking like for EPA purposes. But so if during shipment, the volume or there was a change in the waste that's being transported, whether, volume of it or what have you, that would need to be updated. So, I mean, that type of information that must be current with what's being transported.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Addie. Jason?
Yeah, Jason Hoxford, MPCA here.
Yeah.
Do you know much about the UPS special permit? Do you know I mean, I know you said we can go look things up online. I was just kind of doing some searching while the others were talking, but do you happen to know what system they're using for looking up their shipping papers electronically? Because I know one of the issues is obviously these hazardous waste transporters can be in remote areas where there is no connectivity and there would be no way to leap over that hurdle if there were to be an accident where those shipping papers are going to need to be accessed. So do you know kind of how UPS specifically, since you've brought them up, isn't it kind of a case study, has gotten around that? Are they carrying a tablet where they're downloading that information when they do have connectivity or some other electronic device?
Yeah, I'd have to refresh my memory. As I said, it's been in place for so long that I haven't looked at it in a while, so I couldn't speak directly to that one. I can look up and verify the number if you wanted to then get a copy of it and look at it. But off the top of my head, I don't recall the requirements within it.
Sure. Yeah, if it was possible to provide us with the certification number, and again, I just for the last 5 minutes have been looking online trying to figure out how to look that up. But if you could provide more information about that, I think it'd be helpful to the board and EPA to understand kind of what systems are in place to see how it might apply to the e-manifest situation here.
Sure.
And being a fellow government employee, I understand that this question is probably not one that you would feel comfortable answering or something that you could, but do you see a similar approval being possible for hazardous waste manifests to adopt this electronic system and something that would be approved by DOT if these special permits started being applied for by transporters and they had similar, I know it's going to be about safety, I get that, but do you see that as a feasible thing that DOT would look at and say, okay, yep, you guys have it in place. We look at hazardous materials, hazardous waste similarly. We've approved these in the past for hazardous materials, and assuming that these companies can meet the same requirements as the hazardous material shippers, yes, haz waste transporters, we would similarly then approve those special permit requests.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously can't speak for PHMSA, and each application is different in terms of their requirements on how they do it. I mean, one of the things that's unique with UPS is, I mean, in most cases, they have their own fleet. So they have more control in terms of as hazardous materials are being moved between different carriers within their fleet. So yeah, I can't speak for them. I know, they'll obviously be considered in I think looking at like UPS and others, it helps, and obviously looking at the regulations, kind of when you're putting together the application, you're identifying what are the requirements of the regulations, how have they been addressed under others, similar special permits, and as part of identifying how under that proposed special permit you're going to meet the equivalent level of safety. But yeah, I can't speak for PHMSA on whether they would be issued or not. They have to go through their evaluation process.
Yeah, understood. I think what would be helpful for the board, for EPA, for us to understand and look at and evaluate when it comes to these special permits is it's good to know that there is a mechanism in place to forego a physical copy in the cab, but understanding what we can do to get hazardous waste transporters to that point where, an SOP of sorts that, again, whether that's a DOT, EPA, whoever that would be, to kind of have some guidelines in place to say, hey, here's, we can use UPS as a case study, but the first hazardous waste transporter that could get approved for a special permit might lay the groundwork for, here's kind of the guidelines and the situations that need to be in place in order for DOT to look and say, yes, we've met the standards, we've met the requirements. Here's how we can kind of prove this concept and get away from 99% paper manifest to 95% or 90%, 85%, and continue to move down that path. So thank you.
Yeah. And I will say, I mean, that getting that first one in place may be the most difficult, because you're kind of working to identify the process of how to address those safety concerns. Once a special permit has been issued, because they do have the potty status ability, it can, then it gets to be a little bit easier if once it's been issued to one transporter to be able to apply for potty status to that issued special permit.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Jason. Emily.
Hi, Mark. I just have a quick question, and this is just for my understanding. So you mentioned that they could apply for the special permit. And I know that rail and over-the-road regulations are pretty much the same. I know that there are some regulations that call out specific when it comes to rail transportation. But just as a clarifying question, are over-the-road carriers able to use the shipping document to provide that hazardous waste manifest information in this scenario where we're going to have electronic means of a manifest? Can they only carry, so I don't know if I'm stating this right. Are they allowed to have all the information that is required on the manifest, similar to rail, in the shipping document, and that's all that's required to be carried?
If I'm following your question correctly, for DOT requirements, as long as they have a printed copy of the electronic version of the manifest that has all the required information, and they keep that printed copy within the vehicle, then the rest can all be maintained electronically.
So essentially, they could request, just like the railroads have, a special permit that allows them to have electronic shipping documents, and that would also cover e-manifest and all, so that would cover hazardous waste carriers and transporting hazardous materials as well. So it could cover both of those situations.
Yeah, I mean,
if
they
had
for
a permit for electronic shipping documents. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
depending what's all covered within the special permit, but yeah.
Okay. And then, Carolyn, I don't know if this is appropriate. Can I speak to how and I don't know if this would be helpful to the board, but how the railroads utilize our special permit and how we transmit that information to emergency responders, so how we comply with that part of the regulation?
Fred, is that okay? Feels like it would be helpful to the board to hear that information.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
great.
Yeah.
Emily, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. So, as Mark mentioned,
You're on mute.
Emily, suddenly your voice went out for a second. Can you start over again?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay, sorry about that. I think my phone rang and it picked up my voice on my phone. So one of the questions, or one of the things that I wanted to clarify, so the Class 1 carriers have been using a special permit for electronic shipping documents since about 2020 during COVID. And so the way that we comply currently with that regulation that we have to provide the shipping document or the emergency responder with the information is that we carry, it's an electronic device. It can be an iPad per se. And so when we have a situation that we have to provide the electronic shipping document to that first responder, we have a couple of ways. The first way is that we will email our shipping document to them. If they are not allowed to accept, if we have connectivity issues and they're not able to get an email, then we will use a Bluetooth method. So a lot of the devices will allow for a Bluetooth. And then the third option, if that does not work, then we just hand them that device. And so the way that we get around kind of that connectivity issue, so say that our trains run into an area where there is not connectivity, that shipping document is still held within the device. And so that's, basically how we comply with that regulation. And so I don't know, I just thought that may be helpful to the others that, within that device, whether there is connectivity or not, no connectivity, there are means that through our special permit, we still comply with that regulation to provide those shipping documents to the first responder.
Emily, that's very helpful. Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Angie.
So I had a couple things I wanted to share too. I hope it's okay. First of all, and I'm not sure that everybody picked up on this, or even if Mark said this, and Mark, I thank you for your patience with us today and all these questions. This is crazy. One of the things to remember is that not all haulers are going to be able to get special permits, even if they could do everything else, if they have bad safety records and such. Because really, this whole, the way I understand it, and I've been through a few special permits, it's all about safety, right? And so you can, if you have a bad safety record, you're so not, it's potentially, I just want the board to know, not all the haulers may be even able to get one of these special permits, just a finer point.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I wanted to mention is I'm the immediate past president of the Spill Control Association of America, which is the Spill Responders Association for the country. We are not the first responders. We're like the emergency responders behind the first responders. We've been talking, we've talked with, we had folks from your office at our annual meeting. When we get the call to go do an emergency response, which is like the follow-up to like the first responders, we are usually at an office, so we can get that email documents, the stuff that Emily was talking about, we can get it on our way. So even if the spill is in the middle of Colorado mountains, typically we have a way to get there. Plus we are outfitting a lot of our facilities with satellite phones. So I guess just from an emergency responder, as we're all moving forward in this, it's 2025 now, things are changing. I just wanted to point that out.
Angie, very helpful. Thank you. I appreciate that Mark has had to answer a lot of questions here, but as both William and I mentioned earlier, this has come up at every previous one of these board meetings. So I'm so grateful that you're here to present and to answer the questions. Are there any other questions from the board for Mark while we have him? This has been an excellent dialogue on this topic.
I just wanted to briefly mention, I sent to the board the handouts that Mark mentioned, the DOT handouts, so check your email. And I'm also going to make sure that's included in the public record, putting them in the docket.
Last call for questions for Mark. I see no hands up from any of the board members. Thank you for all the questions that you did ask. That was a great conversation. Fred and I have looked at the time and looked at the rest of the agenda and have agreed that if we were done with questions for Mark prior to our scheduled noon lunch break, we will move lunch up a little bit early. So we will start our lunch break now. We'll be a 1 hour. 1 o'clock, come back at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, to
Okay.
keep the public commenter period
Okay.
on time.
So you get an extra long lunch break. So we will be on lunch break until 1 o'clock, and we will 1 o'clock Eastern for anyone who's not participating in this time zone. And we will see everyone back at 1 o'clock Eastern. Thank you for a great discussion this morning so far. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Will, can you put up a, oh, okay. Can you put up a break slide if you have that? Let them know lunch break if you had that. Sorry, I didn't send that to you. Okay. Yeah. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. This is Fred Jenkins, EPA, DFO. Welcome back from your lunch break. We just want to do a couple of administrative items before we get started, continuing the meeting. First off, can we do a quick roll call of the board members to ensure that we have quorum?
This is Albert.
You want me to start their names?
Yeah.
All right, Michelle,
Yes, yeah, I'm here.
Albert,
I'm here.
Jason,
Present.
Jennifer,
I'm here.
Bill,
Here.
Addie,
Here.
Angie,
Here.
Emily.
Here.
We're all here.
Okay, wonderful. And one thing I need to note, earlier this morning, I did receive two new written public comments, one by Enviro Apps Incorporated, and another written comment document from Superior Industrial Solutions Incorporated. I did forward those to the board this morning, so they have them for their review, and also I will be entering those public comment documents into the public docket for the public record. Also, was submitted last week, comments from Eswamo, written comments from Eswamo and ETC. And the board has all of those for their review. So that's all I need to note, Carolyn.
All right, excellent. Well, welcome back. Let me turn my camera on. Welcome back, everyone, from lunch break or whatever time zone you're in, whatever meal you had while we were on break. Angie, you have a question to start us off?
I do. I want to make sure Fred's keeping an eye on the chat because I was told if I needed to chat with him about technical issues to send it to Fred.
Oh, sorry about that. I will look at the chat.
Okay, Fred will check the chat. I wanted to start us off by thanking everyone for a great discussion this morning. I was really appreciative of the presenters and the questions and the conversation that ensued. I am going to turn us to Brian Gross, who's going to give a presentation about regulatory adjustments. Brian, are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Carol.
Excellent.
So yes, my name is Brian Gross. I am the policy lead for eManifest rulemakings, and the topic of this advisory board meeting is to paper sunset. So sunsetting paper will require us to establish a rule change. So we plan to publish a proposed rule for public comment in the Federal Register sometime early in 2026. And in that, among other things, we would propose a date to sunset paper manifest. And based on public comment, we would then issue a final rule, which most likely would be in 2027. And we would set the establishment of the sunset date in the regulation for that rulemaking. So as part of the supporting materials for this advisory board meeting, we did propose 3 options to sunset paper manifests. The first option was to sunset the use of paper 6 months after the publication date of the final rule. So this essentially would be in line with the effective date of the rule. So for our EPA rules, typically rules are effective 6 months after the publication date of a particular final rule. So let's say, for example, if we finalize a rule in January of 2027, then the final rule and the sunset date would be effective in July of 2027. And so we think this approach would be the fastest transition to electronic manifesting, and it would also allow users to realize the full benefits of eManifest as soon as possible. For instance, the improved data quality, the real-time access to shipment information, and would also reduce processing costs. So I just want to circle back to, there was a question or concern about the $50 million cost saving estimate if we unlock fully electronic. I just want to mention that as with all rulemakings, we conduct cost analyses or economic analysis. So that 50 million number would be updated, and the exact number as far as cost savings and burden reduction would be discussed in the final rule, or proposed rule actually. So option 2, we talked about a later compliance date. And so based on input from the advisory board and through public comment, we would establish a later date. And the goal of this date would allow companies' personnel to provide adequate training and also to adjust their current systems with our e-manifest system. So we didn't establish it. We gave an example, I believe, in the white paper that said that if we established a 18-month compliance date following the effective date, based on how I just explained the final rule going to effect in 2027, the effective date for the sunset date for 18 months following that date would be July of 2029. Yes, that's the, make it easier if let's just say it's 12 months from the effective date, it would just be July of 2028. Now I see Amanda's nodding like that makes sense to her. Okay. Now a third option we discussed was the staggered compliance date. So this date aligns with the predominant preference for submitting paper manifests at this point in time. There was mentioned that 90% of all paper submissions are through the image plus data. So with this approach, we would establish 2 sunset dates, deadlines. The first would be set to sunset image only, since roughly approximately 10% of all receiving facilities use that method. We think it would probably be prudent to defer or delay the sunset date for the image only, image plus data file uploads. So that would mean that waste handlers would still continue or have the option to use paper manifest, and by the second sunset date, they would no longer have that option, and we would no longer accept the image plus data uploads. So at that time, everything would transition to or would be fully electronic. Fully electronic, that would also include hybrid manifests. So another change that we would need to consider as part of this rulemaking effort would be to establish new mandatory registration requirements. As you know, in order to access or use the system, you must register with our system. So we would propose to require registration to ensure that the regulated entities would have access to the system so that they could obtain their final copies of their signed manifests. It also would allow them to satisfy other manifest requirements such as record keeping and data corrections. But essentially, this new mandatory requirement would align with the current requirement for that for SQGs and LQGs that we established in the third rule. So in essence, generators would still be able to take advantage of the hybrid manifest option. They wouldn't necessarily have to access the system to execute electronic signatures. They could still sign by hand on that paper document and retain that document for their records. So one thing in terms of registering with the manifest, a prerequisite of that is that you must have an ID number. And so all users of the system would have to acquire or have an ID number. So historically, ID registration has required a RCRA issued EPA ID number. And folks generally use the site ID 8712 site ID form to obtain that ID. So we know that most of the waste handlers currently subject to manifesting already have RCRA IDs. There are some exceptions. For instance, the PCB generators and transporters, generally they do not have RCRA ID numbers. I think maybe 50% based on our analysis of queries of our RCRA info system, roughly 50% of PCB generators have RCRA IDs, and sort of in the same ballpark, perhaps PCB transporters have that same number as well. So as part of this rulemaking, we're considering perhaps to, rather than require those PCB generators who do not have IDs, perhaps require that they notify for a TSCA ID. So the benefits of that, at least for the PCB handlers, is PCB transporters already have TSCA IDs under existing rules. So they wouldn't have, although they would have to register with our system, they wouldn't have to obtain a RCRA ID to register. So it would only be that small set of those PCB generators would actually have to obtain a TSCA ID to register with the system. Also, in terms of record keeping, I mentioned that registration also allows waste handlers to satisfy some other manifest obligations. And in terms of record keeping, given that all entities would have registered accounts with eManifest, as soon as a manifest was uploaded into the system or submitted to the system, whether it's electronic or paper, given that we most likely would have a transition period, those records would go into those accounts once the manifests are submitted by the receiving facility. So in the case of paper, we're proposing that the waste handlers would have to retain those paper copies of their initial copies of their paper manifest until that final signed copy is uploaded and delivered to their registered account. The only exception perhaps would be for the hybrid manifests. Those manifests are not, the printed copy of that hybrid manifest, generator's copy, is not uploaded into the system currently. And so the generators would have to maintain that copy for 3 years. So in all other cases, the record keeping requirement would be satisfied by the receiving those copies in their registered accounts. There potentially could be an exception as well for the paper replacement manifest, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. But I'll talk about that in a second or two. In case of the contingency plan for when the system is unavailable, we currently do have regulations in place that when the system's down, waste handlers have to revert to a paper process. So essentially, a generator has to prepare a manifest, and all at each custody exchange, waste handlers have to sign that manifest. That manifest is ultimately uploaded into the system. So as part of this proposal, we are considering perhaps, rather than requiring there still would be a requirement to use a paper document, but we are considering perhaps that waste handlers could use the printed copy of the electronic manifest to track their shipment. And if the printed copy isn't available, then they could perhaps access a standalone copy from our website. And so in this regard, the waste handlers would have to sign, or we're proposing that they would sign both the paper manifest, and when the system becomes available, they would then sign the electronic manifest as well. So the intention there is that by doing that, there wouldn't be a need to retain that paper copy for their records for 3 years. All signatures would be reflected on that electronic manifest in the system. Some other areas in where we would have to make changes throughout the hazardous waste generator, transporter, and receiving facility regulations, as well as the PCB handler regulations. We would need to eliminate or strike out any references to sign manifest by hand or obtaining handwritten signatures. We wanted to make sure that after the sunset date, there isn't any confusion that there's some obligation that manifest still must be signed by hand. Just again, with exception of those few, with exception of the hybrid manifest, there is an expectation that the generator must sign that manifest by hand. Again, we'd also remove existing provisions that would allow paper-based manifesting, except in those specialty cases. If I forgot to mention, we are very confident that our system will not go down since 2018. I think it's only been it's been up and running 99.99% of the time. So again, the fallback of paper-based tracking, the system goes down. It's just our contingency. It's highly unlikely that we expect that that would have to be used. We're extremely hopeful that it will not have to be used, I should say. And lastly, let's see here. We'd have to clarify again that electronic manifest tracking and the signatures would have to occur through the e-manifest system. So I just want to mention, we have received in the past, at least with the third rule, there have been a lot of questions about whether or not states can begin implementing and enforcing some of the provisions in the third rule. Just want to mention, as with our prior e-manifest rules, once this rule goes into effect, the final rule for sunsetting paper, states would still have to adopt and become authorized for the sunset rule before they can actually administer and enforce it. So I just want to make that clear, because that's been a very common question that we've received on most recently for the third rule. I think that's all I have as far as what the rule will cover and entail. So I'll turn it back to you, Carolyn. Carolyn, if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Excellent. Then Phil was quick with the hand. Excellent job. Phil, what question do you have?
Two questions. So with the uptime that e-manifest system, that you stated the 99.99%, has any stress testing been done in preparation for moving to a higher traffic volume through that system to ensure that 99.99% will be able to be maintained given a larger influx of users doing different tasks versus just kind of uploading and viewing and that kind of a workload?
I will defer to my IT colleagues here to answer that question.
Yes, hi, yes, this is Steve Donnelly, and thank you for that question, Phil. Yes, we do regularly load test and stress test the system for sort of normal days, extra normal days, and extreme days for manifest traffic. And just in general, with the paperless future that we are moving towards, we anticipate that we'll be able to handle much more load than is going on right now, because right now we're getting a lot of PDFs plus data, and we are also doing the hard and boring but important work of testing our infrastructure and upgrading our infrastructure and database.
And then kind of a two-part question on the state authorization. So, looking at the information that is publicly available on the EPA site concerning state adoption and authorization, it hasn't reached 100% for the 2014 and the 2018 rule. It's currently at 0% for the 2024 third final rule. Does the EPA have a goals or timeline for when they would expect, a higher percentage of states to be not only adopted but authorized for this new rule package? And kind of going alongside of that, what plans or steps does the EPA have in mind for increasing, enforcement and or compliance work while states are working through rule packages to ensure that ongoing compliance is there and enforcement actions are being taken for things that need to be addressed?
Good question. I think Amanda was.
Sorry, just turning on.
I would say generally.
Turn your volume on, just your.
Someone's.
No, go right ahead, Brian, sir.
I would say generally, I don't know if we have a clear-cut answer in terms of states' expectations on when they may adopt RE manifest rules. It's a fair point that there are a number of states who haven't adopted our rules, our one-year rule, which was published or promulgated back in 2014, I believe. So, but although states are not, a number of states haven't currently adopted our prior rules, EPA still maintains authority through the E-Manifest Act to implement and enforce our prior rules, as well as once this rule is promulgated, we'll implement and enforce it as well under the E-Manifest Act authority until such time states adopt and become authorized for it.
Yes, thank you. And I'm Amanda Kohler. I work on e-manifest policy with Brian. And I'll add that there are certain timeframes for just adopting and getting authorized for RCRA rules. It does vary in practicality. But I think the take-home message is that all the e-manifest rules go into effect on the effective date of the final rule. So they're effective nationwide, whether a state's adopted them or not. It really comes into terms of when a state can take enforcement action. Your second part was, what are EPA's plans to enforce? And I'm going to have to defer because we're not the enforcement office. We're the waste policy office. So I won't be able to answer that.
Okay, I mean, has that been part of the conversation? Has there been crosstalk between this, this rule committee and the enforcement action or, enforcement office to ensure that that is, something that's being taken into consideration?
I mean, we work with our enforcement office as part of EPA here on general RCRA matters, and certainly in rule development, we'll consider other offices' interests, but that's as far as I can say right now.
All right, thank you.
All right, thanks. Angie.
Brian, thank you for all of the information. I have a very simple question for you. I was wondering, as you're thinking about the sunsetting rule, if, and I know this, I only have so many times I can ask you questions, right? So are you, or is EPA familiar with controlled unclassified information? So there are some shipments that are CUI while they're in shipment, and want to make sure we're taking that into account as you're working on the rule for getting rid of paper. And I at least saw Carolyn nod her head, so that seems like a good sign.
I'm going to let the team talk. Are you guys, who wants to grab this CUI question? Scott?
Yeah. Find the video button.
There you go.
Found the video button. Thank you. All right. So we have controls in place for the chemicals of interest. We do understand there's some DEA shipments as well. However, the access is secure for our system. So those shipments do happen today.
Now, this is DOD, and this is conventional ammunition demilitarization. So it's a different one that I think we've talked about before. So I do think I've got some comments later, but I want to make sure you guys are familiar with that one.
I believe that was covered back in 2014 or 2015 with the first rule when we met with DOD before we went live. Those meetings were way back. I need to check. That's pretty old records in my book, but.
Yeah, I would say generally that manifest data is made available with the exception of any waste streams that are part of that chemicals of interest for DHS. So I'm not too familiar. I am unfamiliar with some of the waste that you're discussing here, but generally speaking, any information or manifest information that's recorded on a manifest is made available 90 days from that waste being shipped off site. So.
Yeah, my concern is if it's fully electronic and it's uploaded, there are many, many people who can get to that data and it's not a P code.
we wouldn't be following the CUI while it's 100%, while the EPA and states can see the data while something's in transport. So just something to think about as you're working on your rule.
Okay, thank you.
Please and thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Jason.
Yeah, thank you. I guess one question I've been thinking about since we've been discussing this today, and especially with DOT's comments, is the goal right now, and something I'm getting confused and thinking about in some of my answers to my charge questions, is the goal electronic manifesting or is it paperless manifesting? Because right now it seems like there's going to be some big challenges with a paperless manifest. It seems like this short-term solution of going full on, fully electronic, because we're going to have to print a copy of the electronic manifest, carry it with the vehicle, and there's going to be a lot of other challenges to get it to a paperless destination here, a paperless finish. So I'm just wondering if EPA could comment on that, because that's something I'm kind of wrestling with right now, is what is going to be achievable in the short term and kind of where the long-term goal is here. So if EPA could comment on, electronic manifesting, which I think we understand the scope of, and then also this kind of paperless concept that I think the end goal is.
Well, I think ultimately the goal is 100% electronic manifest workflow. And ultimately, when we get to that point, will depend on, depend on the, I guess, the sunset of paper. The earliest we could do that, once we establish our rule, would be 6 months after that rule is published in the Federal Register. So that's the fastest we could go to fully electronic workflow. Then, of course, depending on, public comment and where we land on that ultimately, then it may take longer to get to that fully electronic. But even if we go to 100% electronic workflow, again, in the rare event that our system is unavailable, we still have to have a contingency in place. So that would be to revert to a paper-based tracking, a manifest tracking.
I think if I understand Jason's question correctly, he's asking about the distinction between fully electronic manifest and no paper at all. And if a paper has to get printed out and sit in the truck, then there is paper, even if the manifest is fully electronic. And I think his question is, what is EPA's goal? So I don't know, Amanda, do you want to take this? Or
to be fair, that requirement, that is a DOT requirement, and we have to honor that. And so I think that was, the discussion DOT presented earlier today, laid out what the requirements are for that shipping paper. That is not a directly related to our EPA rules in terms of, we can't control that ultimately. That's something we can certainly coordinate with DOT, but ultimately they'll have to decide on whether to end that and go electronic for the shipping paper as well. As relates to the hybrid manifest, that is a form of electronic manifest, but we recognize that some generators don't necessarily have, may not have, or may be in a location where they don't have that internet connection. And so it makes sense to continue to use that paper document. There are other reasons as well, but ultimately our goal is 100% electronic.
did that address your question, Jason?
Yeah, good enough anyways. So speaking of hybrid manifests, I did have a kind of a clarifying question for EPA on this, just because I'm not as familiar on it. I just wanted to ask some clarifying questions here based on the definition of it in the white paper. But so if a generator is not participating in e-manifest and they receive the printed copy and observes an error in the information there, or an update that needs to be made beyond just their signature, it's the wrong EPA ID number, shipping amounts, container type, et cetera, something needs to be changed. What is the process for that update to be made? Is it made directly in, the e-manifest system right then and there, and it's updated electronically, or is that correction updated in the system in real time? So I guess what I'm asking is it, at what point does it go from, correction made on that paper manifest and actually go into the system? I understand it might be dependent upon, the transporter or the company doing it, but that's one clarification I was looking for to help respond to one of the charge questions here.
So we do currently have what we call a post-receipt data corrections process. Those are procedures essentially after the manifest is uploaded into the system, whether it's paper or electronic. Those portions of the manifest that require corrections, let's say, for example, in this instance, it's the generator. The expectation would be that they would submit corrections to the system electronically. So it's a post-receipt corrections process. So they're not made in real time. Sorry.
Yeah, you could, yeah.
Well, you can't, it depends on, I guess, the correction type. But generally, once that manifest is signed, there are certain portions of that manifest that can't be changed. That's from the regulation perspective. And you're telling me there's something different than that, or?
I'll go ahead and jump in here. Jason, our position is, of course, when that data gets into eManifest, that it should be correct. And so if the generator is signing, the generator, of course, shouldn't sign anything that they don't know to be correct. If the transporter receives, shows up on site with a printed hybrid manifest that has incorrect information, and the generator, remarks, this should be corrected, we scratch out a couple things on the paper, it's the transporter's obligation to, when they enter that information digitally into eManifest, that should be done with the signature. Basically, the eManifest record should be updated, simultaneously, and per the remote signer policy, that's either, immediately or within 24 hours or before the next change of custody. So on the ground, any scratch out, any adjustments should be made before the generator makes that signature. And as far as changes in the manifest data record, that should occur on or before that generator signature information is updated.
Okay, yeah, thanks. I'm trying to understand when it comes to retention of, the hybrid manifest, of whether or not that's a record that, we need to keep track of, because I see a lot of obviously just full on paper manifests that there's, this is crossed out because we ended up not shipping that waste stream, or we added five more containers. We did a tank clean out, ended up having more than we were anticipating. And so my understanding now is that basically it would be on the transporter on a hybrid manifest to update any changes made by the generator prior to the change of custody of that waste, or within 24 hours of them initiating that transport from the generator. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
Jason, any other questions?
Not right now.
Okay, great. Albert.
Thank you. Just from what Ryan said, he says everything is dictated by DOT just now, by what Mark was mentioning. But he mentioned that certain things are dictated in terms of paper-based by EPA. So I'm not sure if somebody's not reading or things correctly. But my question is this, okay? For the option 3 that you mentioned, the staggered timeline, will you speak more to it about the timeline itself? Because the others you said about 6 months, 18 months. This one you have no time line indicated at all.
Right. So again, what we're seeking from the board today is a recommendation in terms of what that timeline should be. So we'll take the board's recommendation under consideration, as well as any public comments that we may receive, and to ultimately finalize in the regulations on what that sunset date will be. But so it's kind of open-ended in terms of right now, because we're deferring to the board as well as the public comment in terms of what that sunset date should be.
But do you have a timeline in mind in terms of what you think would work best for you folks and everybody else in the industry? Or is this something that we can just throw a dart into a dartboard?
Well, I don't personally know that we have a figure or a date in mind. Again, we recognize that it really depends on, based on what we learned from comments, it really depends on a company. There could be smaller companies that need it more times than, say, a larger company. So it really will be, our decision ultimately will be influenced on the comments that we make, that we receive, and the recommendations as well from the board.
That still don't give us much clue. And then the other one is you mentioned about this obtaining all these IDs and stuff like that. What's the usual process of obtaining an ID, and how long it takes?
You guys want to answer that? But generally, the process is to complete a site ID form and request an ID for your site, but you can go into that.
I think he's referring to the process of changing something in the data record, and that would either be
No. You're mentioning about those without an ID, they need to obtain an ID, a task ID, and later became a task ID for. So those IDs that you mentioned, how long does it take? What's the process? Is it a complicated, simple process?
to receive an ID in the first place. Now, that's, generally speaking, a one-time affair that a facility would need to do upon entering the RCRA regulatory scheme. And that requires submission of the EPA Form 8712, otherwise known as the Site Notification Form. And that is submitted to the Delegated State Program, or EPA, in Alaska and Iowa. And that is reviewed by hazardous waste program staff, who then issue an ID to that to that facility. The time frame will depend entirely on the resources and availability of staff in that in that state, but that's something that usually occurs within 48 hours to a week. And other members of the board who are implementing states can certainly speak to that further.
So I don't see that as an obstacle as is presented. All right, thank you.
So in the beginning of Albert's question, he posed a question about what sounded like discrepancies between what EPA were saying and what DOT were saying about whose requirements require there to be paper. Does anyone want to speak to that?
So our regulations more or less are mindful of DOT's requirement that there must be a shipping paper accompanying the vehicle. So with that in mind, our regulations, for electronic manifesting, we say, yes, you can do this electronic manifesting, but you have to, you can print out a copy of the electronic manifest to store in the cabinet of the truck to satisfy that DOT requirement.
But to be clear, Brian, I think the question is, that is not because EPA requires there to be paper. That is referring to DOT's
That's right. So that's when I was saying that was a DOT requirement. Our regulations are respecting and honoring that DOT requirement, that there must be a shipment paper, a printed copy, or a hard copy document accompanying that shipment.
Albert, does that clarify that question?
Yes, that's why I asked a question to Mark earlier on. They're going to be addressing the CFRs, and they're going to have all those public comments and everything else. And so if they have a change, the EPA will need to make the changes as well accordingly.
Right. Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right, Addie.
Hello. So I had a question that actually spurred from Jason's original question about the hybrid and the changes being made by the generator. And that is typically when the generator is making changes, they would initial, or there'd be some kind of indicator who made the change on the manifest. So when the transporter then is going in and making the electronic changes, is there a way that they are documenting that change is requested by the generator and not just something the transporter is changing on their own? Or is there a way that that's anticipated to be captured to show who's making the change? Because I can see down the road an argument, oh, the generator told me to change that. Well, you're the transporter and your record and e-manifest shows that you changed it. So how would that be documented or differentiated from the transporter, transporter requested changes versus the generator requested changes?
Okay.
Well, thank you, Addie. So on the manifest, electronic manifest, there is not. You can add this information in section 14 or on the waistline within the additional comments, if that's something you choose. That is available to you on every waistline, as well as the general information there. If you choose to put that information in, you may.
And then, so what happens if the transporter made a change in error that they thought the generator was trying to change, let's say the unit from tons to gallons or something like that, and they made an incorrect error, but they still said it was the generator, you know, they indicated in section 14, the generator told me to do this, but you know, there was a data entry error. Is there a way to capture that? That again, way, because the generator's doing, or the transporter's doing all the data entry electronically.
Yes, and again, when that manifest is reviewed by the generator after the shipment or during the shipment, they can make those corrections and updates as well to that waistline information. We do offer, obviously, since there are versions for every single manifest, changes between versions, so people can indicate that, hey, no, I didn't say it was 21. I said it was 12, and then they can make those changes.
And Scott, I'll add, this is Amanda Cole again. Addie, I took your question in context of the hybrid manifests. And so any changes are that the generator needs to make on that hybrid manifest, that's that initial, it's that copy. The generator keeps that copy of the hybrid manifest for 3 years. So if they weren't able to make the change, or they weren't able to, you know, verify the change that was made by someone else, they do have that paper copy that they signed. But we do, you know, recommend and in many cases require generators to register. In the e-manifest third rule, we required SQGs and LQGs, large and small quantity generators, to register for the purposes of being able to make corrections in the system. And we're, you know, as you can see from our white paper, considering whether, you know, other generators would also need to register for that ability as well.
Okay, thank you. Then I had another question too. That was my original question. So for e-manifest, for the record keeping and compliance portion, for the 3 years on the back end, right now there's a way to run a report that has, for generator, to run a report that's got many of the details of the manifest, but not to run every manifest. Unless you click on the view button individually. Is there functionality being built into the system to allow like a PDF pool, I guess, so that for, you know, if your regulator is on site auditing you, you don't have to go through and individually check your manifests to pull them up. And, you know, if you don't have, and because the report, again, it is like an Excel file, so it doesn't look like a manifest.
To do a manifest, the PDF one is also similar to an Excel file as well. It's not, well, it's a long table. To have them look like a manifest, you would have to go in with the print, which we have on the dashboard, that they can pull those up to see them as they're on the dashboard. If they want to see a specific manifest, you can click on that icon and see the paper. But to tabulate and print all of those, we can bring that up on a future user call and discuss it with the users if that would be useful. However, that could get very voluminous for some of our generator sites. Whereas they can go in and on the dashboard, print out ones that they, or PDF ones, and show them on the screen which ones they want to see right then and there, or through the search as well.
So will the regulator accept that, like the long form or whatever, I forget what you referenced it as the compliance record Or is that PDF, like we're used to looking at for 30 years, going to be what the regulator also wants to see? Or maybe this group isn't the one to ask that question.
Yeah, like Amanda said earlier, we're the manifest policy shop. We will assist enforcement if they ask, but they are ultimately there. The manifest record is in the system. I think Brian has the best kind of quotes on the manifest records and how those are handled. But
And Scott, I'll add one thing that, today on the paper manifest upload, that record in the system, you can download 3 different formats. You can download the original PDF that was uploaded. You can download basically a screen capture, more or less, of what you see when you log into ricrainfo.epa.gov. And you can also download a basically PDF of, that looks like a manifest, but we've plugged the data from that record into it. And for the electronic manifests, which don't have a corresponding PDF upload, that is still available. And while, as Scott noted, there's not currently a way to download all of those in bulk, print out one giant thing, because as Scott noted, there are some, that's a huge piece of file to generate at any given time. It is something that is available via our APIs. And so if a facility was interested in accessing a bunch of those, being able to pull them down for inspectors, that is functionality that could be built pretty quickly via our APIs. And anyone interested, we'd encourage you to reach out to us separately from this meeting, and we could provide some more information on that.
Great, thank you.
I was wondering if the team could just mention briefly, for anyone who's not familiar with it, what the user calls are, and you were talking about being able to respond to user calls.
thank you, Carolyn. Yeah, it's funny. I've done one every month for the past decade, and yeah, thank you. So every month, before we do our pre-production releases, we do a user call. It's on our listservs, which I believe are with this call and associated with this call. But every month we send out the agenda. We have one next week on Tuesday, which is the 30th, and for the October 1st release. And we discuss what's going on in the release. We also discuss upcoming development. Kyle has a monthly quarter. Kyle Markley is on this call and on the team about electronic manifest adoption. And several of the folks he works with come on and talk about that. So we also do things like announcements about new regulations, federal advisory committees, and things like that. So it's a monthly call accessed through our listserv.
And do users have the opportunity to ask about functionality that would benefit them, and whether that could be possible?
Yes, and that's where we get some of our best ideas. Because y'all are the users, you know how to use the system. So your suggestions, sometimes we can't do them, other times we can. And the nice thing is we talk to the other users and see if people would use those things. So it's a good little group. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think Jennifer's hand was up next.
First, I wanted to answer Albert's question about the EPA ID numbers from a state's perspective. We do receive the 8,700 forms, depending on, and this is for EPA ID numbers. I can't speak on TSCA ID numbers. I don't do those. But there's 2 ways to submit the form. Usually for most states, some have other ways, but it's either through Record Info, My Record ID, or mail in a hard copy. Once it is reviewed and an EPA ID number is issued, but unfortunately, William said 48 to a week. No, it's up to 30 days. Sometimes, yes, we can do it in a faster turnaround of 48 hours or a week, but the quantities that come in, it could take up to 30 days because we need to do some verification and stuff like that. So I hope that helps answer your question, Albert. My question is, I have a couple of them. The first one is, back in before eManifest went live, you were holding stakeholder meetings in Crystal City. And in those meetings, this manifest system was presented that we could see things live. So is that still the concept with this, that if as a regulator, I can log in and see that the shipment has been picked up at the generator and is in transit, what is on this shipment before it gets to the receive facility? Because right now we have to wait until it gets to the destination facility and they upload it. Is this going to go along with those lines that we can see it live?
As of right now, anybody using the electronic manifest, you can see it at the scheduled, so you can see it slightly before it gets picked up. So a manifest is scheduled, it means it's a real manifest. There is the potential ship date that some folks use to say when a manifest is shipping. And then once it's signed by the generator, you'll know it's still in schedule, signed by the first transporter. It'll either be in transit or ready for signature. And then obviously, once it's signed by the TSDF, there's multiple statuses there as well. But
and that's the case right now for any fully electronic manifest.
Yep.
Yes.
And hybrid.
And hybrid.
Yes.
No, it's a yes.
That's okay. So we can see it as it's kind of progressing, but we're not going to be able to see that it's. I guess what I'm trying to say is it's kind of like if you're tracking your UPS package and it says this left this facility, it's checked in at this facility. Is it going to be something along those lines, or is it just basically it's scheduled, it's picked up, it's dropped off kind of situation?
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to know what say transfer facility it is in because that's not part of the manifest, but you would know which transporter. So if there are 3 transporters on, you would know which transporter has custody of that manifest in shipment, if that answers your question. But if it's at a transfer facility in New Jersey and the transporter picked up in Maryland, you wouldn't know. You would just know that transporter has that access, to the manifest.
Okay. All right. My next question is, we've talked about, in case the system goes down, but when we were talking about the railroad system and how they have their system set up for incidents, my question is, what happens when there's an accident or a truck gets pulled over and there's no cell service, or the accident occurs and it damages the electronics? Is there a contingency plan for that?
I think EPA is thinking that's a DOT question, and I don't think our DOT colleagues are still on the line. Jennifer, are you asking with regard to the DOT regulations? Because I don't think they're still here.
It's not, I mean, I understand there's still going to be something in the truck, but I'm just imagining that if DOT accepts that we don't have to put a paper in the truck and we go fully electronic, and there is an incident. You said that if the system goes down, they can print a piece of paper, but what if the situation happened where we can't access the stuff because of the situation? Either they're in an area where it's remote and they can't get cell service, or there was an accident and the electronics in the cab are destroyed and we're not able to pull up what's on the truck.
Well, I think that first, within the domain of our authority here, we're just talking about, the fully electronic and hybrid electronic manifests, and which would still require the DOT shipping paper copy. And so as far as emergency response, it would follow the same process today for the use of the shipping paper. Any future change that, whether through adoption of a special permit for certain transporters or, anything else as a result of future DOT regulatory changes outside the scope of this group here, those decisions would be made by DOT based on the safety and public interest. And, what they would require as part of that process would depend on what they know about the best case technology and best available safety for the transportation industry. And I don't think any of us can speak to that here
I'll
today.
turn to the EPA team and just I think if you could clarify, is there anything about EPA's requirements or the e-manifest system that is related to getting access to emergency responders in an emergency situation, or is that really DOT's jurisdiction and EPA's jurisdiction is a different question? Can you clarify, if you could, the distinction between DOT's jurisdiction and EPA's jurisdiction here?
I think you've done a very excellent characterization right there.
I phrased it as a question, but maybe it was an answer. Jennifer, does that help?
Yeah, that does. And then my last question is there any discussions about, because right now the uniform manifest system is a, EPA form that has to go through approval. But when we go fully electronic, we're not really using that for, we're still using the form, but not in its same capacity. Is there any discussions about possibly changing some of the information collected or alternating it? Like for example, earlier, I think it was Addie that had said something about when it's being changed at the generators level at the time of pickup, documenting in question number 14 that, generator wants to make this change. But big picture wise, I'm thinking there's household hazardous waste shipments that are going to now start being uploaded. There's episodic, is going to, is already required to be uploaded, but there's going to be other things that are going to start getting uploaded because it's going to start capturing everything and anything. So I was wondering if there's ways that we can maybe enhance the system to have maybe like check boxes to say, this is household hazardous waste, or this is an episodic. Now that we will have a little bit more maybe flexibility with the information being collected, since it's not on an actual EPA approved form once we go paperless.
Amanda, you were looking like you might be prepared to answer that.
Yes, this is Amanda Kohler. I think I'd answer your question right now, Jen, by saying as part of the rulemaking that we're developing, we are not considering changing the data fields as part of that rulemaking. That's not to say that we couldn't consider that in the future, but as far as the rulemaking right now, we're really focused on, establishing that paper manifest sunset date.
Okay.
And Amanda,
so
perhaps you could mention when EPA wants to change the form, what is the process for that? I think some people might be familiar with OMB's requirement for ICRs and the review of government forms.
Yes, that's correct.
And how that applies not only to paper forms, but also to electronic forms. Do you want to
Yes,
comment on that?
thanks, Carolyn. So yes, say our paper sunset rules done and effective, and if we wanted to change the form in the future, yes, we would have to go through what's known as the information collection request process. The government has to request public comment on any information it collects from the public. So that would be a process we would have to look at.
So even though there's no quote unquote paper form, you still have to go through the approval process for information collected within the e-manifest system.
That's correct. Yep.
Electron. Okay.
It's a collection, whether it's electronic or not. Yep.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, great. Thanks, Jennifer. I think Jason is next.
Yeah, similar to Jennifer's first comment, I just wanted to weigh in from Minnesota's standpoint about what the issuance of EPA ID numbers looks like. In Minnesota, we don't use MyRCRA ID. We have our own internal system that we use just in Minnesota, which is an electronic system where sites can apply for an ID number, modify their ID number, inactivate their ID number. The modifications and the inactivations occur in real time in the state system. The initial notifications, I usually tell people it takes 1 to 2 business days for us to review those and process them and issue those ID numbers directly to the facility. The wrinkle for Minnesota is, though we can process these quickly using our own system, is that currently some of the EPA folks on this call probably know is that our data translation is not currently live. So we have to manually flow the data on a weekly basis for those numbers to end up in RCRA info, where a waste hauler or TSD is able to locate them, or even for a generator to request access to their facility. We're working on fixing that, where it'll hopefully be updated in the next year, where the hope, the current plan, which is always subject to change, is that that data would flow every 30 minutes. So again, that's currently if a site were to call us and say, hey, we need a pickup, we have an ID number, it was just issued, we can go in and manually load that data in where that then shows up instantaneously, essentially in Rooker Info. So again, just another perspective from Minnesota on what that application process for the EPA ID number looks like. And that was all I had to say. Thanks.
All right, Jason, thank you. Next up is Emily.
Thank you, Carolyn. So I kind of wanted to speak to, this is more specific to rail. So rail shipments, we track every shipment via a car initial and a car number. So every car that moves on the rail, it's somewhat like a license plate on a car, but every shipment has a car initial and car number. And I know within the e-manifest system, there is, I believe it's in an additional field that allows when transporting via rail that they can put in that car initial, car number. But I guess my question is there anything that is on the radar that would be put into the rulemaking for those that are shipping via rail to require that car initial, car number to be put onto the waste manifest?
That is something that, to answer your question, no, I think Amanda answered it previously. This rulemaking effort is essentially to sunset paper and any requirements that would require folks to use the electronic manifest system. So that's not something that we had considered for this rulemaking.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Watching for whether any hands are going to go up. Okay, I see no questions. So thank you, Brian, for that presentation and for answering the questions. And now I'm turning it back over to Steve, Scott, and Kyle, I think, for the next presentation.
Correct. Thank you, Carolyn. And can we, oh, great. We're ready to get the slides up. All right. So yes, we have been talking a lot about electronic signatures and the e-manifest. And what we'd like to do now here is present a conceptual conceptual presentation of what we're imagining the e-manifest system will be when there is no paper manifest. We can go to the next slide, please. So just a sort of a present state level set. So right now, there are two types of electronic manifests. There's the fully electronic manifest, where everybody listed on the manifest, the generator, the transporters, and the designated facility all electronically sign on the manifest, and the manifest itself is generated in the e-manifest system. And then there is the hybrid manifest, where everybody except the generator is signing electronically. Now, in both cases, there is a printed out paper copy of the manifest that goes along with the shipment. And in the hybrid method, there are two printed out paper manifest, one which stays with the generator and one which goes along the driver with the shipment. And we are not new to this hazardous waste manifest shipment. And we know that the real sticking point in this exchange is where the waste is leaving from the generator and being handed off to the transporter. That on-site exchange has been raised by users as a major sticking point. It's very easy to do right now with a paper, and you can just sign it and the waste can go along this way. However, we are getting more electronic, and to address this, I think everybody here is familiar with the hazardous waste manifest, but based on our numbers is very unfamiliar with the e-manifest system. We're proposing a signature method that builds on what is working in our current system, but addresses that need to be able to sign electronically without thinking that hard about the e-manifest system, making it simple as possible. Next slide, please. So this proposed method would allow users to sign the manifest directly in the system via QR code, URL access, or SMS by providing the information included on that manifest. This integrates into the current system business rules. This is both the user interface as well as our system-to-system APIs, and would also work with remote signer. The user, the person signing, would not need to go through the traditional site access workflow, where they would request access to a site and be granted access by either a state regulator or a site manager or somebody, and be granted access to that site. This has been identified as a major hurdle to adoption. Those of you real e-manifest heads remember 2017, we had a meeting on user registration. This was identified as a big hurdle. And our proposed process is designed to enable easy use of any device to add a signature onto a manifest without that user registration process or new system integration. Basically, we're trying to give everybody a pen, an electronic pen that gets signed at manifest in the e-manifest system. We can go to the next slide, please. So big thing here. This is not a change to the current electronic manifest workflow. People still need to sign in order. Generator, transport, no one's gonna be able to sign out of order. This works on our current business rules, and this works with our current API framework that is used millions of times by our end users. This is a change on how we capture and store user information for non-Chrome signatures. So I'm gonna play out some favorites for the old e-manifest heads out there. It used to be that for the non-final signature of the manifest, the generators, the transporters, the initial receivers at the designated facility, they had to go through a Chrome signature process, which meant they had to be an authenticated user to a system. They had to pass a LexisNexis identity proofing. And then at the time of signature, they would log into the e-manifest system. They would have to navigate to their manifest. They would click sign, and then they would have to attest that they wanted to sign that specific manifest. And then they would need to re-authenticate. So they would need to re-enter their password and then answer a challenge question, then click sign, and then that manifest was considered go. And this was just to get the waste to leave the site. Man, I got off track. It was so long.
Those were the olden days.
Those were the bad old days. All right. But this process right here creates a record of the signatory user at the time of shipment. It meets our statutory requirements to use the system to complete and transmit an electronic manifest. It meets the hallmarks for legally binding electronic signatures, and this places the EPA in a position to sunset paper, significantly increase electronic manifest use, and meet our user community where they are at, when they are at it. Because when we talk about this, we want to make sure that those who are familiar with the electronic manifest system and hazardous waste and all this could use it, but also e-manifest extends to state-only hazardous waste. So this means there could be situations where a driver is picking up some hazardous waste one time in their life. They're picking up some California hazardous waste and they got to take it to Arizona to go to a landfill. This person will not need to use the e-manifest system only at the point of their only during the several hours when they're driving this waste and picking it up and dropping it off. We want to make sure that this meets them where they're at, as well as this meets companies that are working with LQGs and they're getting waste every 15 to 30 days. So we want to make sure that this is for the entire nation. I'm very excited to go to this next slide and do a little screen share and walk you through an animation that will bring you sort of the conceptual overflow, the conceptual overarching concepts of what we're trying to do here. Let me optimize this for video sharing right here. All right, so it's going good. All right, so we're starting right here. I'm gonna press a lot of play and a lot of pause right here, but let me just press play and let it run for a minute. So at the beginning, we are in the future and there is no more paper manifests. And we're going to start this process with something that happens to us thousands of times a day from our designated facilities, with the upload of a manifest tracking number, a designated facility ID, a generator ID, a transporter ID, waste information. However, instead of this happening at the end of the shipment, this is going to happen at the beginning of the shipment. So this gets uploaded to the eManifest system. And now all these parties right here, let me bring up my pointer, my laser pointer. So now these parties right here, the generator, the transporter, the broker, or the industry waste tracking system, the designated facilities, anybody listed on this manifest can print out the official copy for shipment. And now, if this waste information does not need to be added or changed, everything is perfect from the word go, the generator may proceed to sign via instructions that will be on the printed out manifest. Understanding that this will be used by users who understand that they gotta either get rid of this waste or pick this waste up without having to go through a training session. Simple. So they see this right here. This is just a concept right here that they'll see right there at the top of the manifest. To sign this manifest via text and manifest tracking number here. And then with the text messaging, the user will be able to sign their manifest quickly and securely. So they will text up information associated with that manifest to the eManifest system. So this concept right here has them texting up the manifest tracking number as well as their generator ID. So they're going to send up this information, and the eManifest system will know that this manifest exists and this site that they're sending up is listed as a generator, and also that this manifest is ready to be signed. Now, if this information is correct, the user may proceed to signing. So if those validations go, the user is then presented with the generator's offeror's certification. And just like we do now in the eManifest system, and just like we do now with the paper manifest, the user will put their printed name on there, and that will be the signature. Once that is done, the eManifest system will be updated. The industry systems that created this manifest can be updated, as well as the transporter one can sign that manifest. But we often hear that there's a lot of changes to be made on site with that manifest. And what we're going to show right here is how what we're building can accommodate changes to those manifests with minimal interaction with the system. So if we go back to that manifest, right, that we saw, that printed out paper manifest, we will see that there is a QR code or a short URL. Here we go. Okay, yeah, so the user will scan this QR code on the top corner, or they could go to this website and enter a PIN to associate themselves with the manifest. And also, the user on site does not need to make the changes to this manifest. They could get on the phone and contact one of those people associated with this. It could be someone back at the home office. This could be a broker. This could be a transporter who can edit this manifest. However, if the person on site wants to make changes, they can do this as well. This works with remote signer. This works with everything that currently exists in the system. So the user goes there and they are presented with an electronic version of that manifest, and they can edit the waistline, they can edit the container types, they can make it match what is in reality. And once those changes are made, they may sign, the system is updated. Any changes will not require anyone to print out a new copy of the paper manifest. You can if you'd like. However, if you can fit it in there and it's legible, you can mark up that printed out paper copy with the changes made. The industry system will get the update and the transporter may sign. All right, transporter signature. It's a little less, we want to make this a little more kinetic right here. So the transporter, similar to the generator, is texting their site ID, their manifest tracking number, or any sort of combination of that up to the eManifest system. The system will still confirm that, hey, the generator is signed and this is ready to be, this is the transporter site associated with this manifest. And if that goes through, John Public right here can send up their name and that manifest will be marked as signed and they may go on their way with that paper copy. The system's notified. And then also, this is a requirement we've heard from a lot of folks is that, there's the need for additional transporters once the shipment is gone. So this way, any of those previous parties, the generator, the designated facility, they can add additional transporters. Transporters listed on the manifest can add additional transporters, or transporters can add themselves via text. And also right here as well, the designated facility, once that waste is received on site, but it hasn't been fully managed yet, they're waiting to put it wherever it belongs, they can still acknowledge receipt via text as well. So if this is received at the designated facility, they can send up a similar notification to the transporter and say, this waste is here. We'll add a management method code. It's a BR information at a later point, but just want everybody to know that the waste is here. It's safe. Like, I go, when I leave my mom's house, she still wants me to text her that I made it home safely. So just let the people know the waste is home safely. And that is the end of this video. So in brief, the concept that the eManifest program is pursuing is for a system solution that will require limited interaction with the manifest at the time of shipment. And we know that we will never be as easy as signing a piece of paper. However, we want to make it technologically as easy as possible while meeting sort of the manifest security needs. And I'd say we're excited. We're excited to this. We're excited to hear your input. And then we have a few more. We have a few more slides to get through. Then we can do questions.
Why don't you go through the slides and then we'll do questions?
So I'm going to hand it off to William with state system considerations.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve. So I'd like to emphasize, I know this is the third bullet, but I want to emphasize very clearly that the sunset of paper manifest submissions does not add or modify the existing requirements for the states. But it is important, and Jason alluded to this in his comments earlier, that it is critically important that state systems be able to meet the requirements of the manifesting user community. State agencies are, of course, responsible for issuing the site IDs for facilities in their state, and EPA for those 2 states that are not currently authorized. And whether those states use EPA's My RCRA ID functionality within RCRA Info or maintain their own data systems. Basically, in short, there will need to be a data system capable of issuing IDs in a timely fashion and getting that ID into RCRA Info such that facilities can use their IDs and make changes as appropriate to conduct manifest business. I will close by summarizing the point I made there at the very beginning. This does not add or modify existing requirements. There is an existing expectation that states transmit this information in a timely fashion to EPA, and the need for use in electronic manifesting simply heightens the importance of continuing to meet those requirements.
Over to Kyle.
Oh, Kyle.
Is that right? Did I get that right?
Nice. I think you're still on, William.
Are you still on?
I believe so. Apparently I'm still on. All right, great. So for those of you that submitted BRs or reviewed BRs, then you'll be aware that there is interest and activity in utilizing manifest data to understand and inform the BR. Full electronic adoption will enable reliable reporting of manifest data and to pre-populate elements of the BR where the manifest is used. Of course, if the manifest is not required, if there's waste that needs to go in under the BR but isn't manifested, that of course means that there will be a need to populate other elements of the BR regardless. But I note that EPA will continue to expand our outreach efforts with users to improve use of the BR fields on the manifest, to improve and expand use of manifest-based validations in biennial reporting, and identify and implement other opportunities for tighter integration and burden reduction between the manifest program and the biennial reporting program. Next slide, please. Now we're Kyle.
All right, thank you, William. So to get into our support mechanisms for users, we've had multiple ongoing ways of engaging with our user community, as well as some future methods that we think would be useful. So one of which we've already talked about with our user calls. So as Scott mentioned earlier, those are on a monthly cadence that align with our releases. We cover development updates. We seek feedback on potential system functionality, as well as system functionality that's newly released, to get feedback and make sure the system's meeting the user's needs. We also take questions that are submitted ahead of time. Potentially, on one call, there might be kind of a big area where there's something they want us to go over. Well, sometimes we can do that directly on that call if we're prepared, or we could save it for the next call. Additionally, we have quarterly webinars, so that's a little bit higher level program updates and questions. We do also have kind of special edition webinars when big things happen, such as rulemakings. Like with the third rule, we had a special edition webinar to go over the aspects of that rule. And then lastly, we provide technical assistance to our users, both in the industry and for our regulators. So our staff is regularly engaged with users. We're very available and work with them all the time. Next, we are considering or exploring the possibility of a user conference for eManifest for the program. So this would be a forum for industry users and state regulators to exchange ideas and participate in trainings and workshops about the system. Next, to better serve our users, we're working to expand the help desk role. The priority general directions of that would be to help users resolve issues they're experiencing in the system, and then have the help desk proactively reach out to users to help inform and educate them and understand and comply with the eManifest requirements. And then lastly, the help desk, we would see assisting users with registration, correction requests, and facilitate educational materials for using electronic manifest. And then lastly, for the calendar year 2026 advisory board, that would be focused on fees. So this is what we do every 2 years to cover the fees. So that would be for the 2028 and 2029 fiscal years. And we would anticipate an update on the paper sunset rulemaking and electronic implementation. And I will pass it back to Carol.
All right, great. So by my count, we covered 4 topics between the presentations from Steve, William, and Kyle. So Steve talked about his snazzy new proposed mechanism for communicating with the system at various different stops in the process. I'm picturing, I don't know about everybody listening to this meeting, but I now get text messages from CVS when my prescriptions are ready to refill, and they're like, press yes to get your prescription refilled, or you know, any number of things that I can do through text messages on my phone. I can donate money to charities by text this number and give us $5 to the Red Cross or whatever. So so Steve talked about that. William talked about impacts on states as we move towards fully electronic, and also about the potential for integration or further integration with VR and burden reduction. And then Kyle talked about support and mechanisms for users. So a lot of things for the board to ask questions about, and Addie was the quickest one to put up her hand.
So my question is for Stephen about the conceptual text message signing process, and that is, I've got a couple questions actually. The first being, is there any discussion or any possibility to add like a scanning of the actual manifest number to help eliminate data entry errors? If I'm a generator and I'm creating multiple manifests at the same time, I could have sequential numbers, and if the wrong one is typed in and it doesn't match what they're actually trying to sign, I can see there could be issues for some data entry errors. Is there a way to capture that, or how would that be put in, I guess?
Steve, any thoughts on that?
That's a great idea, and I can say with our conceptual framework, one of the great things about it being in the concept stage right now is that there are very little no's and a lot of requirements we'd like to hear from in these types of cases. So we do know that, yeah, we've got a QR code, you know, printed out. We'll have a, you know, sort of the idea of a number to text, a short number to text. I think this is a good point you bring up, and I'm capturing in my notes.
Okay. Then the next question I have is in regards to like phishing or scam attempts. What would be the method to prevent someone from kind of, not hijacking is not the right word, but duplicating kind of this language and using it for malice? Like what protections would you have on it so that wouldn't be the case?
That is also something that we've discussed during the sort of the sketching out of this framework, and you know, we follow all appropriate, you know, government processes for security, and I do think that there will be something that we will do to ensure that, you know, the people that are, you know, this thing doesn't get spammed to all heck, just like, you know, every government system is a target for someone to do something with it. So that's just sort of the inevitability of life. However, the discussion that we're having and we'd like to have is we still need to meet users where they're at with minimal interaction with the system to sign and manifest in a sort of in a quick way, but also a legal way and also a secure way. So this is something that when, as we roll this out in the minimum viable product stage and testing phase, we'll take a lap around and we will see what we can do to make sure that this is as easy to use and as durable as it can be.
And secure.
And secure.
Thank you. That's really good. I will say that a point that kind of came to my mind that's not really a question, more of a statement, and it doesn't differ from paper manifests, is making sure the people that are texting this and signing are trained and know that they're allowed to do it, and not just have a transporter hand a QR code to someone at the generator site to sign. So that's just the first thing that comes to my mind is, people being properly trained. So again, not a question, not an issue for this. It just, if someone is in a rush to ship something and ask someone to scan a QR code and sign real quick with their phone, that appropriate training should be in place as well. And then my last comment is just a comment for the eManifest IT team. You guys do a great job supporting generators. I've told everyone I've talked to about reach out to them. They will talk to you. So I appreciate that. And that's all I've got, Carolyn.
Thank you, Addie.
Thank you, Addie. And I would also like to add that in this conceptual framework, we do talk about SMS messaging and QR codes, but there is also the idea of TTY or some other ways for people that don't have mobile phones that are text enabled or have have different different abilities that they can't see a screen but would still like to sign as remote signer. So we're not going to be married to one particular method, but we do believe we are wedded to this sort of overall philosophy of simple interaction with the system to sign the manifest.
Thank you, Steve. And Addie, thank you for the compliment to the team. I'm sure they appreciate it because of all the effort they put in. Angie.
I'm cooking as fast as I can. So, Steve, I loved your graphic. That was great. I do have a question. While you're thinking about that program where you're wanting to put the data in and then EPA would create the manifest, what if the service provider, and that's the term I use for like TSDs or transporters or brokers, actually created that picture of the PDF of the manifest, and we just got the QR code from you? Is that even something you've thought about?
Scott, have I thought about that? No, I have not thought about that, but I do think that is something to. So this would be
One of the nice things about sketching out a very rough idea is that input is very valuable, and the team can take that input back and try to figure out whether there's a way to make that happen.
Certainly. So that was the one. Yes.
I will note that we do have right now our PDF out there because some of the ETC member companies and others did request the ability to do a local print. So that is available on our GitHub, eManifest GitHub page. So for those who are interested in that, it is available. This is a new idea, big QR code printed on it, like Steve said.
I'll quote Scott. I'm not against it. However, to quote Scott, the devil is in the detail. So yeah, I think seeing where that is good. I do believe that we got a lot of smart people here at the EPA working on the eManifest program, and we've got a great system, and we've got an engaged user community. So I think we're in. If I was going to be sunsetting paper with anybody, it would be you guys. So I think we're ready I think we're at a point where let's talk about the regs and what we need and what you need. And I think we can really do some great things.
Yeah, we could have called this whole paper Accelerating the Future, Phasing Out Paper Manifest to Unlock the Full Potential of eManifest. The devil is in the details.
The devil is in the details. The only time, whenever Scott says that, I'm always like, oh.
So, there's no binding report question on our things for us to talk about, but to switch over to binding report comments, as you know, we've always liked the idea of getting rid of the binding report. So I have a very specific question about that. And I heard one thing, which is there's some data that there's some people who have to do binary reports because their waste never makes it on a manifest. Okay, just put that over here. Besides that, is there like a list of other data that's required that isn't on a manifest? Have we like sussed that out?
Yes, we have, and we have a nifty table that we put out in 2020 at one of our board meetings on the areas. I want to say it was 2020. Is that right? I'll say 21. Yeah.
2020 sounds right before me. Yeah.
2020. Yeah, it was. Yes, it was before you, but we do have a run up. Yeah, so the e-manifest, if we require certain fields, we can take care of a lot of the BR. There's some things that we can't, like you were saying. We can certainly take that as an action item to track down that meeting. And
So I'd like to remind you that the BR is not a regulation. It is a instruction set. So you might consider changing the instruction set instead of adding stuff to the manifest. Just a thought.
Taking under it.
And is there a timeline? Because I mean, our generators would really like, because I know that's a big part of that cost savings, right? So part of it was mailing manifest back and part of it is just buying a report. And that's, sorry to the consultants out there, but is there a timeline to get rid of these BRs?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that we've been told. We're sunsetting paper.
First step, yeah.
And I think, I do remember this 2020 meeting saying that the first step is getting rid of the paper manifest, and then we can really,
I mean, if I were doing stuff, getting rid of the BR seems like a slam dunk. That's just a comment, sorry. That's all I have.
Very helpful. Thank you, Angie. Next up is Albert.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, my voice sounds weird because I'm having a bad case of sore throat. With the help desk, I'm just curious. The hours, the operational hours for the help desk, and because I assume you folks will be assisting clients, I call them clients, over the different time zones. How are you folks dealing with that?
Great, thank you. That is a great question. So yes, we definitely know that, we're on the East Coast, but there's a lot of hazardous waste in a lot of different time zones. So we're imagining this help desk does go from we'll have phases where there are core business hours for the East Coast to core business hours for the West Coast, as long as with some additional so weekend coverage, and depending on, the urgency of certain deadlines, having additional weekend coverage. So we understand, one of the great things about having e-manifest is you can see every state in this great country of ours is doing hazardous waste, and everyone has questions. So we are definitely going to be a national help desk, which means that we're not going to be keeping bankers hours for the time being. We want to make sure that anybody who needs this help desk is going to be able to get the information they need within a reasonable amount of time, if not immediately.
Thank you. It's going to be tough supporting. I don't know if it's 24/7 almost. Basically, It sounds like it, but thank you.
All right. Thank you, Albert. Next up is Phil.
Yes, thank you. Steve, has there been any comprehensive studies? So I know that you said you're looking at things beyond just SMS, but in the realm of SMS, has there been any study concerning the anticipated data usage and costs or charges that could be associated with these transactions, basically? Especially considering lots of employers and things of that nature may or may not be supplying devices to employees that may be involved in this process. And so I'm curious if that's been a consideration in terms of, what the data cost and usage would be for these transactions.
We have a rough back of the napkin estimate for what the inbound data costs and outbound data costs would be for the e-manifest program itself, and we don't anticipate it being a significant cost driver for the program. However, on the end user side, that would be something to look at. And also, I do want to mention that we're not requiring individuals to use their text messages to sign. These functions can still be performed via remote signer with someone at a desk or an office. This could be, this could be done, via system to system update. So we see this as an option, not as a requirement. So we'll take a look at that question you had posed, and thank you.
Yeah, and I think it, taking from what you said there, I think that's something that I would encourage, is greatly stated that, this is an option, but being transparent with what those costs could be, so those generators and other entities can make an informed decision, weighing cost versus ease of use kind of a thing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else, Bill?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, great. Jennifer?
First, just to comment on your other, when you said about making it available for others as being a coda. I know that the deaf community uses text messages, so I don't think that would be an issue. And I believe, because I'm also involved in that community, the blind community uses the text to voice option. So just making sure those features are built into the system, I think would be, because text messages is pretty much the number one communication. TTY is still out there, but most of the deaf community uses cell phones / text messages. So just throwing that out there.
Thanks, Jennifer.
You're welcome. My question to you is, first of all, thank you for asking for the EPID number. That kind of like shocked me when I saw that, because that's kind of like a validation, but that led me to my question. Is there, and Addie kind of touched on it, about validations, about, if they put in the incorrect information. Have you spoken with the enforcement side about how this is going to how an enforcement case would handle something like this? Because you're relying on the person entering their name, and I know there's always if, ands, or buts about everything, but what if they're not putting in the right name, or there's all different kinds of scenarios that could happen. But my number one question is there going to be any kind of validations built into this?
Yes, Jen, there will be validations being built into this, and like Amanda was saying earlier, we're a program shop, policy, IT. We're not going to wade into enforcement. However, they are aware of this process, as well as our agency's OGC has looked at our proposal, and nothing is final until it's final. And we're gonna keep working with them, and that's all I really feel comfortable saying right now.
Okay, that's all I have.
Great, thank you. All right, Michelle.
Yes, so thank you, Carolyn. Thank you. Actually, a lot of my questions have been asked by my colleagues actually just now. So, but there's a couple of comments. I appreciate streamlined signature approach using QR codes and text. So I really like it, because I think then that to some extent, if there's no internet access, at least most, I believe today's user have a cell phone, and probably they would access to the data services. But my question kind of related to fields. It doesn't require internet access in some case. Even though there's no internet access, then the generator or the stakeholder can still sign their tags. But does it still create a service cost, probably on the back end, that EPA needs to account for, like through user fees or something like but I guess Steve, you already mentioned a little bit about that.
Yes, so we priced out, we get a rough estimate of sort of where the fences would be on this. If we had 2 million manifests coming through every year with a minimum of 4 up and down, back and forth text message exchanges, and the price was, it was not going to break the bank. I mean, I would feel very comfortable, sort of, presenting these proposals, if we move forward with this at a fee meeting for the line item cost of that. I don't think it's going to be, nobody's jaw is going to hit the ground on how much it is. However, I do think that, I think one of the questions that, I heard from you as well as from Phil is, sort of the anticipated cost to any potential user for texting the e-manifest system a lot. So I think that's something that we will take a look at.
So another clarification question would be, so when you actually showed us demo that a short video, so the very first step or system would require, is it solely the generator's responsibility to upload all the data entries, the information about the transporter broker, or a kind of broker can also do that?
Yeah, so it could come from any party on a manifest can create an electronic manifest. It could, many cases it comes from the designated facility sending up this information. Oftentimes it's created by a generator. Often there's also brokers out there who are creating manifests for everybody, and then we have transporters that also act as brokers and create manifests for everybody. One of the areas where I do think the board should consider and provide some insight into is, right now in the system, anyone can create an electronic manifest. So a generator, transporter, broker, designated facility. However, only the designated facility listed on the manifest can move that waste move the manifest to a position where the official manifest can be printed off. However, we do have an exception where some designated facilities have a list of generators they allow to automatically print off the manifest. Do you consider that, this process right here with, especially with the idea of a generator being able to edit waistline information on site, is that something that you would like the designated facility to have a list of generator sites that can edit that waste information? Should generators never be able to edit that information, always be the receiving facilities, or should generators always be able to edit that information? That's a throwback, just a throwback a consideration that we're talking about here at eManifest headquarters as we implement this.
Yeah, I think I echo also a few of my colleagues, I think from the board, just sort of mentioned, which is a validation, I think authentication, also the role, probably we should somehow implement role-based, because we have like so many different roles involved in this process, probably role-based validation or authentication. So certain role, and then they probably can only have certain authorization to process form or to print out form. But all those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Emily.
Thank you, Carolyn. So Mike, I want to have a comment, and I think Addie brought this up about, potentially someone signing that maybe doesn't have the training or is not authorized. I'm just wondering if there could be some type of a certification that they have to, not a certification, I don't even know if that's the correct term, but something that they have to agree to, that they are authorized to sign, that manifest. That's just something that I was just throwing out there as a thought, just to kind of a legality, from that perspective, that having some type of a certification that they have to agree to prior to signing. But my second comment is, and this again, I apologize because, my questions are more specific to rail, but in the e-manifest system, I know that for a rail carrier, it's only the initial carrier that has to sign the manifest. And typically we don't see that like subsequent carriers, interchange carriers are listed on the manifest. So my question is that because if you list them on the manifest that they are required to sign? Because I don't think that the regulations specifically state that they're not supposed to be listed on the manifest, only that the initial carrier is to sign. So that's, just want to understand why we see them not listed on the waste manifest.
Scott?
Yeah, how we built the system is you are if you're listed on the manifest, you sign the manifest as a transporter. And so those are not on there for that reason. We can't capture that signature. So that is the reason why.
Okay. And, just recently we had a situation where EPA requested information from rail carriers. And that was one of the things that got brought up, is because only the initial rail carrier is listed, it basically showed that we held that waste for an extended period of time, where in actuality it may have interchanged to several different carriers. So that was just from my understanding and just basically the rail industry understanding, I wanted to try to understand why they are not listed when they're required to be listed. But understand that, I guess it's based upon a signature issue within the system. So appreciate that.
Thank you, Emily. And we are happy that you're here representing the rail industry. So I'm never gonna be upset that you're bringing up issues specific to rail. So thank you for bringing those up. Really appreciate it. Jennifer.
And to answer Steve's question about generators making changes, I'm going to say yes, 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 yes. I would say probably a good 3 out of 10 manifests have scratches through them, because the time that you call in and say I need a pickup and the time that they actually come in, it's not usually within hours, and a lot will change between that time frame, or something will come up and realize, oh, this is not what we need, or it's not ready to be sent, or we need to also send additional things. So having the generator to be able to make changes at the time of signature will be beneficial, because if not, and you wait till it gets to the destination facility and then a correction is made, it's not a true reflection of what's on the truck. So it could cause issues with the whole point of having a paper copy in, because it's not going to reflect what's in the truck.
Great. Thank you. Anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Great. Awesome. And Addie is up next.
I agree with Jennifer. The generator should always be able to change their manifests, their waste. But I did have a question too. The QR code, is that something that after the final manifest has been signed by the TSDF, that would still work to pull up a copy of the manifest, or would it only be available while signatures are pending or required?
That is a great point, and we will take that under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can tell you, Addie, from watching Steve in the room, that he's taken down a bunch of notes from your thoughts here. So thank you for bringing those up.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Jason.
Yeah, just one clarifying question on the hybrid manifest. And I know some of this is talking about today and some of it's talking about, down the road, but eventually, assuming that we're in this world of all e-manifest, just to clarify my understanding, the hybrid manifest, the intent of that would only be to use it for generators that do not have access to RCRA info, they don't have any a RCRA info account, they don't have a user account, they don't have, I guess it could also be they don't have connectivity. So it could be larger facilities that don't have service. But I guess the expectation of EPA of who is going to be using those hybrid manifests is my question.
Well, the generators currently LQGs and SQGs, large quantity and small quantity generators, do have accounts within RCRA info. The hybrid manifest and that's to allow them to receive their final copies of the paper documents in their registered accounts. The hybrid manifest just gives them the opportunity or affords them to at least the transporter and receiving facility to participate in electronic manifests without the generator having to electronically sign that paper or that electronic document. So in other words, they have an account, but they're not accessing that account to e-sign that electronic manifest. They elect to sign a printed copy of that electronic manifest.
Okay, so ultimately any size generator could be any size generator that EPA foresees using the hybrid manifest that would just simply elect not to sign electronically and still want to sign physically.
That's how it works, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna pause for another moment or two to see if anyone has any additional questions or thoughts to bring up, since that was a lot that EPA proposed in that last set of presentations. And I will say that I really appreciate all the questions that came up, because there was this, at least Steve's part of the presentation was a creative new idea, and anytime we come up with creative new ideas, input is very welcome to make sure that the team thinking this through and thinking through potential implementation of this has the benefit of all of your good thoughts about how to do that. So we really appreciate that. All right, next up on our agenda for today is the public comment period. I am going to pause and mute the room for just a minute while we get prepared for the public comment period. So let me just mute us for a sec and we will be back and start public comments.
Feel it.
Okay, so we took a little poll here in the EPA room. We decided a very short break would be good, maybe 10 minutes. Are we okay with a 10-minute break? And then we will come back and start the public comment period. All right, thanks everybody.
Yeah.
Okay, hello, everyone. Welcome back from the break. Give me 1 second. So I just want to check really fast before we get started with the public comment period. If we have a quorum of all the members yet.
Call their names again.
Yeah.
So, Michelle. Michelle back?
Yes, I'm back. Sorry. I'm here.
Great. Albert?
I'm here.
Jason?
Here.
Jennifer?
I'm here.
Phil?
Here.
Addie?
Here.
Angie? Angie? We'll give Angie a minute. Emily, are you here?
Yes.
All right. And Albert, I'm sorry about your sore throat. You mentioned that earlier. I meant to say something, so sorry you're not feeling well.
Party too much during the weekends.
All right. Let me check. Is Angie back from the break?
If we have,
we have everyone else.
Yeah, as long as we have quorum,
Okay.
we can start.
Want to get started?
Okay, so just a couple of administrative items I want to mention really quickly. So we are officially done with the EPA presentations for today. So that was the board's opportunity to get fully informed by EPA so that they could hear EPA's perspective in order to address the charge in an informative manner. Now it's time to hear from the public. So I know we have at least 2 public commenters that are lined up right now. That process is going to be managed by our meeting support contractor. He's going to call on each public commenter to come. Just to give a heads up, the Federal Register notice says that all public commenters will get 5 minutes. Not unless prior arrangements were made. Just a heads up, one of the public commenters did make prior arrangements with me regarding his time period that he will be providing comments. So instead of the 5 minutes, he was granted, I allowed him to grant 15 minutes for his public comments, just to give a heads up. So I believe we have lined up here. As a matter of fact, I think he's going to be speaking first, Larry Fleur, and then after Larry, ETC will be speaking. And with that said, I think we're ready to start.
All right, let's start. And
okay.
Thank you, Fred.
Yep, okay. Go ahead, Kurt, you can take over.
Thank you, Fred. Good afternoon, everyone. We have, it appears that we only have 2 of the public commenters online. If I've missed anyone in the search for your name, please use the react button at the bottom of the screen, and you can raise your hand there and you will float up to the top of the participants list. Otherwise, our 2 public commenters who are online are Larry Fura and Janine Maxwell. Larry, go ahead. You have 15 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Fred. Also, too, good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking the EPA and the advisory board for this opportunity to speak and provide input regarding the EPA's plan to mandate the use of fully electronic manifests. As it was said, my name is Larry Fura, and I am the Director of Technology for Waste Technology Services, an environmental consulting company headquartered in Lewiston, New York, with employees located throughout the United States. We believe we are one of the largest third-party byproduct management providers in the country. As part of our service offerings, we generate thousands of hazardous waste manifests per year into a wide range of disposal facilities on behalf of our generator customers, which means we are designated as a broker within the e-manifest system. As a broker, we play an important role in the industry by helping generators of all sizes to find the best possible solutions for their waste materials in a very non-biased, objective manner, since we are not limited to one particular company offering or technology. We can also provide typically a higher level of customer service and handholding when it comes to these smaller and mid-sized generators that may not have a robust environmental department and their waste volumes to warrant a higher level of customer service from one of the larger disposal facilities. As a broker, we completely understand EPA's desire to phase out paper manifests and to move to a world where all hazardous waste shipments take place using fully electronic manifests, so that the benefits of the e-manifest system can finally fully be realized. EPA has done a tremendous job since the initial launch of the system to remove barriers to adoption, particularly around registration and electronic signatures, and we agree that it makes sense to try and mandate the adoption of fully electronic manifests if the industry is not going to proactively adopt it on their own. However, I would implore EPA to make certain that brokers can still continue to operate in an environment where fully electronic manifests are required. What I mean by that is currently most of the large disposal facilities we utilize are not ready to take a fully electronic manifest that we as a broker create on behalf of our generator customers. I've personally reached out to several of the most utilized disposal facility partners, which are, again, some of the largest in the industry. And when inquiring about their capabilities to take a fully electronic manifest, the consensus was, we have a long way to go to be able to accept fully electronic manifests created by brokers. The reason for this is simple. In order for the disposal facility to accept a fully electronic manifest created by a broker in an efficient manner, they must be willing and able to electronically ingest the manifest from the e-manifest system. This represents a very complex problem. At present, the largest disposal facilities tend to utilize the data plus image submission type, and as a result, they are using the EPA's e-manifest system as a final repository only. Meaning when the disposal facility is planning to receive a waste shipment from one of our customers where we are the broker generating the paperwork, the disposal facility will, upon scheduling the shipment, create a sales order in their proprietary order system. Once the paper manifest arrives at the disposal facility, a data clerk will simply verify the container types and quantities and then scan that paper copy of the manifest, and it will be transmitted to eManifest as a data plus image submission, and then that manifest is typically considered complete and usually never touched again unless there are corrections. As I mentioned prior, I have had several discussions with our disposal facility partners about the possibility of taking fully electronic manifests that we create. But in order to do that, it would require a dramatic change to the disposal facility's proprietary IT systems if they wish to process that fully electronic manifest efficiently. In my discussions with the facilities, any fully electronic manifests that they have accepted up to this point in time, including the work that EPA's Superfund site in Region 2 did, those have not been able to be processed in an efficient manner at the disposal facility, from my understanding. It was actually a struggle as it required a lot of extra manual handling and was not a very streamlined process. Often it required the data entry person to log into the eManifest web portal, search for the manifest, and try to compare line by line what was on the eManifest versus what was in their proprietary system. They would then need to manually make any required updates to the manifest by utilizing the eManifest web portal again, versus a more automated electronic communication that they would normally use via the EPA's eManifest API services. As a result, fully electronic manifests are requiring them to add a lot of extra steps and manual data entry into two different systems. When I asked if they would be open to accepting fully electronic manifests that WTS ourselves here created on behalf of our generator customers, the answer I got back was along the lines of, we're working on that, but currently we are nowhere close to being ready to do that. The disposal facilities I spoke with do have plans to try and utilize fully electronic manifests for shipments, but mostly in situations where they control the entire shipment from start to finish, which makes sense because in that scenario, the initial manifest is being created by the disposal facility in their proprietary system. So from a system standpoint, they can just keep pushing out updated versions of the same manifest as the shipment progresses through the various shipment stages. I'm not trying to minimize the effort required, as it does still require the disposal facilities to make significant changes to their proprietary systems to accomplish this. But at the end of the day, the process is simplified because it is a very controlled environment. Once this closed process is implemented, it could result in a significant uptake of fully electronic manifest adoption. That uptick, though, should not be viewed by EPA as a green light to eliminate the paper manifest. The reason I say that is because a significant number of shipments do not happen under the complete control of a particular disposal facility. One big area where this is the case is around brokers and other third parties like ourselves. The disposal facility and broker relationship is very interesting. Often we are working together as partners to help facilitate waste shipments, while at the same time, we can often be competitors for the same customers and waste streams as the disposal facilities themselves. And those disposal facilities often have separate sales organizations to support broker activity just to try to keep things clearly divided. To further keep things clearly divided, brokers like ourselves act as the main point of contact between generators and the ultimate disposal facility. All communications regarding a shipment occur through the broker. We are responsible for all customer service and scheduling issues, as well as the creation of all shipment paperwork, including the hazardous waste manifest. Broker activity is typically viewed as a positive by the disposal facilities, as brokers are the party that handle the majority of the work involved in waste shipment transactions for smaller and mid-sized generators in particular. Brokers are able to provide that personalized level of support and handholding for those small and mid-sized generators, which otherwise would require significant staff increases to support by the disposal facilities. So with all that being said, it's important that brokers should not only not be required to rely on the disposal facility to create the paperwork for our customers, as it would cause the disposal facilities additional work and burden, and it would blur the clear lines of communication and divisions of duty currently in place, and could result in significant damage to the broker ecosystem. For brokers to properly function within the e-manifest system, disposal facilities will need to stop viewing the e-manifest system as only a final repository. Instead, they will need to view the e-manifest as a communication hub. But with that paradigm shift comes the need for the disposal facilities to make additional significant changes to their proprietary systems so they can ingest e-manifests created by brokers and only make minimal required updates to the manifest versus performing complete overwrites when the shipment completes. When the e-manifest system was first launched back in 2018, EPA, in an effort to just get the system off the ground, placed all of their attention on the disposal facilities and put brokers on the back burner. It took until mid-2020 before a manifest could even be marked as having a broker associated with it. And to this very day, we have had only one single solitary manifest indicate that we are the broker of record for that shipment. Under the current submission types, without a disposal facility specifically indicating who the broker is when submitting to the e-manifest system, brokers like ourselves have zero visibility to see the hazardous waste shipments we are personally responsible for coordinating. This has made it very difficult to troubleshoot e-manifest data issues when they have arisen, as we are effectively cut out of the transaction as far as e-manifest is concerned, with only the generator and the disposal facility able to see the shipping document. Keep in mind, the generator relies on us to manage these transactions through completion, including manifest corrections. As a broker, we have significant concerns that this push to mandate fully electronic manifesting will potentially hinder our ability to directly service our generator customers. I would ask that EPA directly meet with us, as well as many of the other brokers in the industry, and solicit additional feedback before making any final recommendations regarding a cutover date. This mandate to require fully electronic manifests could potentially be responsible for cutting out competition in the marketplace and hurting many brokers, which are typically small and medium-sized businesses, and stifling market competition. This transition cannot be another situation where EPA only focuses on disposal facilities and worries about brokers later, because if disposal facilities are unable or unwilling to take fully electronic manifests created by third parties, it has the potential to do irreparable harm to the broker community. I would like to conclude with several asks of EPA, as well as some comments regarding the materials presented today. First is we would ask EPA to encourage all disposal facilities to populate the broker ID field for all e-manifest submission types if the disposal facility is working with a broker. This should not be a difficult lift in most cases. Ideally, EPA could have consulted with brokers before revising the paper manifest forms, as adding a broker EPA ID field to the paper form would have been very helpful to facilitate this. Second, we would encourage EPA to remove the entire scheduling step when creating a fully electronic manifest. We understand that EPA added the ability for a disposal facility to turn this option off, which would allow generators and brokers to set a manifest to scheduled on their own. But in our opinion, this is not something EPA should have been even involved with. It is not currently enforced when it comes to paper manifests. Any broker or any generator can create a manifest at any time and start marking and labeling their waste containers with the manifest numbers well before all shipment details are in place. By allowing disposal facilities to have this option available just creates further roadblocks and hassles around the paperwork creation. It does not matter whether a manifest was created on paper or fully electronic. If that shipment arrives at the disposal facility gate and the shipment was not approved, that load will be delayed or rejected. By having this scheduling step, you are creating unnecessary work on both ends of the transaction and not allowing shipments to be prepared in a timely manner. Third, we would strongly encourage EPA to have direct meetings with brokers to truly understand the impact of mandating fully electronic manifesting. Fourth, Kyle mentioned during the last section that EPA is considering having e-manifest user conferences. We would highly encourage that. We would further suggest that EPA allow time during those meetings to have more of a roundtable open format to allow disposal facilities and brokers to work together so that we can work on creating some standardized ways of transmitting additional required business information via the e-manifest system and the additional fields capabilities within the e-manifest system. That would help to make manifest data more digestible by the disposal facilities' proprietary data systems. Also in that last section, Scott mentioned that EPA is pondering on the idea of should individuals such as generators, brokers, etc., be allowed to change quantities on a manifest, or should that functionality be strictly reserved to the disposal facilities? I appreciate that both Jennifer and Addie spoke up from the board, providing feedback that it must be allowed. I want to just further reinforce that perspective. Generators and brokers must be allowed to be able to make changes to the manifest waste lines up until that time the manifest is signed, as shipment changes happen right up until the truck is ready to leave. This has always worked in the paper world and absolutely should be allowed to continue and not be dependent on the disposal facility. Lastly, as EPA is setting the transition timeline, it is absolutely critical that they make sure that the disposal facilities are able to process fully electronic manifests created by third parties prior to enforcing the full transition. As a broker, we have already been ready to create fully electronic manifests since the launch of the system. But with the disposal facilities being unwilling to accept them, our hands are tied, as we can only use fully electronic manifests if the disposal facilities we are utilizing actually allow us to use them. With that, I welcome the opportunity to answer any questions that the advisory board or EPA has, and I appreciate your time.
I am glad to clarify that.
All right, so thank you very much. Let me see if board members have any questions for Larry. Jennifer.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
You might have said this and I might have missed it, but what are some of the reasons why the TSDs are having difficulties with inputting your generated manifests into their internal systems?
I don't think it's so much that they've had a problem doing it. They just haven't been doing it, and EPA hasn't encouraged it from my standpoint. They've added the capabilities. They've had it for a while to pass a broker ID on a manifest submission. It's just that the disposal facilities need to start doing that. And I, in my discussions with the couple of them that I talked with, we are working on trying to get them to implement it, and they think it is something that they can probably do. It is an easy lift, but I think a lot of disposal facilities just aren't even aware that it's an option to pass it and that they should be passing it. So if EPA could encourage that, that's where I was trying to go with that. So we don't have to reach out to every single disposal facility in the country to say, hey, you should support brokers, in that capability and those transmissions that they're doing.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Addie.
Hi, Larry. Thanks for your comments. They were really eye-opening, to say the least. So I guess my question is, you listed some things that would help implement e-manifest to be available to brokers to better streamline, I guess, that transition. And the first thing you said, can you repeat it for me? You said something about the TSDF has to submit all brokers to their system. Can you kind of elaborate on what you meant by that?
I think that was the question that I just was kind of answering there prior for Jennifer, which was, in order for us to see a manifest in the system, in the e-manifest system, if it's like a data plus image submission, the disposal facility needs to pass a broker ID. They need to pass a broker's EPA ID number to the e-manifest system, and then that would give us access. Right now, they're just not doing that. But the other part, and I'm not sure if that's what you were asking, or the other part of it is, if we create a fully electronic manifest, a lot of the disposal facilities are currently using e-manifests in a one-way direction. They're basically waiting for the manifest to be complete, and then they're pushing it to e-manifest, and it's done at that point. Where to really support brokers and any generator by that fact that wants to be responsible for their own manifest creation, the disposal facilities can't just blindly push out what's in their system. They need to ingest what's coming from eManifest, and eManifest has to kind of become a communication hub between the generator or broker and the disposal facility, where right now it's a one-way thing. And it makes sense. At the time when EPA was first implementing eManifest, they just wanted to get it off the ground. They had to get all the manifests in there, so it was the initial implementation that they did. And some of the disposal facilities I spoke with are talking about, they want to start implementing eManifest, but it's going to be for shipments that they're totally in control of. They're the disposal facility, they're using their own transportation, so it's all a closed loop. And when they're doing that, they're using their own system for it. So they're creating the manifest to begin with. They can just keep pushing it to eManifest and moving it along the different stages, and they just have a big concern about taking data into their system, and I think that's honestly why in the last section, Scott, I think it was Steve actually asked it about, should they allow changes to the manifest at the time of shipment? And I think it's because the disposal facilities are wanting to not have to deal with changes coming back from eManifest, but that's absolutely critical. It's not uncommon for a generator to throw an extra drum on the truck right at the time of shipment, and if they're signing that manifest saying it's accurate, but their counts aren't right and things like that, that's not a good situation. So it absolutely has to be allowed to be changed by the end generator.
So the TSDF would need the broker's EPID number in order to associate them with doing that data plus, or regardless if they're doing fully manifest or for their data or their image data.
If they're doing most of them are doing data plus image. So they in most cases those disposal facilities know that it came from a broker. That transaction didn't really happen between the generator and the customer, or the generator and the disposal facility. It happened between the broker and the disposal facility. We're that middle tier there. So they're well aware that we're the broker on the transaction. So it's just a matter of them making some simple changes to send that data along with every submission. And that's where I kind of want to get it out there that, for any disposal facility that's not doing it currently, if you have the data and you can do it, please do. You may need to get a broker. You may need to reach out to the broker to get their EPA ID number, because not every broker even needs to have an EPA ID number normally. But, we can create one, and we can request one and set it as a broker, and that's it. And provide it to the disposal facility, and then they can start sending it. So.
Okay, that's good information. I wanted to also mention, you know, you identify this as a broker issue, and then you've talked to TSDFs, and it's also a generator issue. So even direct from the generator, the TSDFs are having a hard time doing full e-manifest. So you mentioned that, and I just want to reiterate that is also true from a generator standpoint, that it's an issue right now for full e-manifest. I think we lost it.
Sessions for brokers, so it's difficult to you know, kind of get our points across sometimes. We're all operating independently, so
That's all I have. Thank you.
yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm frozen or Carolyn, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I think Carolyn
Okay.
frozen. Go ahead, Emily.
I just have a quick question. So you mentioned that these disposal facilities have proprietary IT systems. Is there any system across the, I guess, transportation industry, like over the road, from generator to broker to disposal facility? Is there some system like an EDI? Do y'all send messages and transport your shipment information through some system?
No,
That no,
no,
so every one
there's
of
no
them are
standardization.
legacy. Okay.
Yeah, there's no standardization. I mean, you know, EDI is just a different type of data format, no different than EPA doing JSON. But you know, e-manifest really, I think, is that communication hub. That's really what it ultimately was built as, but it's just not being utilized that way. You know, but it is. That's also why I mentioned in there, you know, in regards to if we can get some sort of community meetings going, you know, where EPA can basically just facilitate, get disposal facilities, get brokers, get generators all in the room, and just have an open forum discussion about, okay, if we're going to send you fully, like if we're a generator or we're a broker creating a manifest, you know, disposal facility, how do you want us to pass you additional information that you need? How can we maybe utilize the additional info fields within eManifest to be able to pass very specific things? So for example, you know, we could pass in a profile number, a profile approval number in that field. That would help the disposal facility to recognize that, okay, line 1 is this particular profile that we were expecting, you know, versus having to try and dig through section 14 and parse out just a long, you know, long block of text. You know, it would make it easier if we all could come to, you know, create some sort of standards. And it's not up to EPA to dictate those standards. It's just more EPA can help facilitate those conversations. I just know in the past we had some issues around, you know, data not being, you know, some manifests not being submitted by one of the disposal facilities we use. And, you know, it was very difficult to find out who at that disposal facility I needed to talk to, you know, and then I'm reaching out to EPA and EPA saying, well, we have to get approval before we can tell you who it is. And, you know, like we need to get back into a room. You know, that's where these board meetings used to be really nice in the beginning because everybody was there in person, you know, and you could just talk to, you know, there was a lot of conversations that were happening outside of the meeting, just talking about how are people going to implement this. And, you know, and that's where I'm hoping EPA does do some of those community meetings that they're talking about. So
I appreciate that, Larry. I mean, those are really great points. And I think, you know, and I know I've been speaking from a rail industry perspective, but we have the same type of situation with our initial car numbers. And so it is something that we do need to consider. And I appreciate you bringing that up. So thank you very much.
yeah, no, thank you.
All right, Emily, thank you for the question. This is Carolyn. EPA was dropped out of Zoom for a second, so I was glad that I came back on and saw that you went ahead and asked a question while I was rejoining the meeting. So Fred, I think only the board members are allowed to ask questions or comments at this point. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So can't.
Okay. I'm happy EPA can email me. You have my email address, so I'm happy to answer any other questions if you need clarification on anything.
I don't see any board members with their hands up. All right, I'm watching to see if any other hands up are from our board members, and I don't see any more questions from the board. So Larry, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your public comments. And I think we're ready to turn over to Janine Maxwell from ETC.
Hello, thank you, Carolyn.
Welcome.
Thank you, Carolyn, and good afternoon to the board. I'm Janine Maxwell, General Counsel for the Environmental Technology Council, the leading trade association for the hazardous waste management industry. ETC member companies own and operate a wide variety of services, including used motor oil refining, collection and transfer stations, secure landfills, high temperature incinerators, and a variety of others. So due to the nature of their businesses, they are major e-manifest users. Several ETC members have worked closely with EPA over the years to develop the e-manifest system through consistent guidance and insight from an industry perspective. So we're excited about the opportunity to be able to participate in this discussion about transitioning to electronic. And I want to especially make a comment and a thank you to EPA for inviting DOT to the advisory board meeting. ETC has commented for the past 3 years or so about wanting more transparency with the discussions EPA and DOT have had on the shipping paper requirements. So we appreciate your including them in this meeting as a first step to hear directly from us. Before I address a few of the topics raised in the white paper, I wanted to join the previous welcomings for the newest advisory board members, Mr. Nyhoff, Ms. Spears, and Ms. Burden. On sunsetting paper manifest, ETC favors option 2 in the white paper for a later compliance date with additional time for users to transition. Over the years that ETC and its member companies have worked with EPA to develop the system, they've also made significant investments in their IT systems with checks and balances, like their enterprise resource software planning, their extensive training and system implementation to ensure proper weights and container counts, laboratory analysis and physical inspection to improve the #1 manifest submission method of industry, and that is data plus image. When we're talking about the transition from data plus image to electronic, ETC and our member companies are encouraged by the development of the signature tools and also EPA's commitment to explore pathways to issue manifest tracking numbers in bulk. However, even with these improvements, industry systems are not ready to take on a fully electronic process. We have to remember, industry systems are very complex and different from the e-manifest system they communicate with. A few things would have to happen before their readiness could be measured, and those are properly measuring their system capabilities, fixing process failures or inefficiencies, and of course, most importantly, obtaining the financial and human resources to support the process. So ETC, my correction, is offering an alternative, incremental, step-by-step approach to transitioning to electronic. And I'm going to go through those features now. The first idea is that the transition would occur in stages or phases. The first phase would be to make service providers, as Angie mentioned earlier, those are the TSDFs, brokers, transporters, make them fully electronic first. Then as a second phase, issue aspects, pieces of the electronic system to generators. The data in our proposal would initiate on the industry side, and that is for industry to assemble pieces of manifest data. Each piece I'm going to refer to or is referred to as a header record. Those are things like the manifest tracking number, the generator EPA ID number, the first transporter's EPA ID number, the destination facility and EPA ID number, the date of the generator's certification, and the date of the transporter's acknowledgement of receipt. Collectively, those items are called a header record set. At that time, the service provider would send the generator the manifest, either in paper or electronically via PDF, that they would send them a manifest that's linked to a manifest tracking number. The generator would then review it and agree to sign it. At that point, the service provider would push the header record set of data to EPA. EPA would then request, using one of the tools, one of the electronic signature tools, would request signature from the generator or transporter, and then the service provider would change the status of the shipment in EPA system upon receipt and push a full completed manifest with signatures within 30 days. In a hybrid scenario, the generator and transporter would sign a printed copy of the manifest, and the service provider would then push the header record set to EPA when connectivity is established or within 24 hours. This idea accomplishes a few things. First, it alerts industry systems of areas that require additional programming. Secondly, it utilizes the electronic signature processes that the user community in general is perhaps aware of, but many users are not practiced at using. Users that come to mind in this category will be small quantity generators, smaller transporters, smaller waste management companies. And finally, it would give industry and EPA the assurance that if we can push this smaller amount of data, we can handle a larger amount of data. So ETC respectfully asks the board to recommend to EPA that they explore our option and its rationale and seek and direct questions about implementation to ETC member companies. On the most significant non-technical barrier to a fully electronic e-manifest system, that being the DOT shipping paper, ETC encourages the agencies to phase in an electronic communication, electronic hazard communication for highway transportation. That is
Kurt, can you hear us?
It's our network.
Hi, Fred. Yes, we can hear you.
Kurt, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Fred.
I just messaged him until
Or
I just got kicked out of Zoom.
Yeah.
If they're rejoining.
I can-
Rebooting.
It's the same thing that happened last time.
Start momentarily now.
Janine, 1 second, okay?
Sure.
Sorry about this.
That's okay.
We're back.
All right, are we unmuted? Janine, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, this is Carolyn. We Zoom seems to be having trouble with our room. And we got kicked out of Zoom. EPA all got kicked out of the Zoom and we had to rejoin. So sorry about any complications with that. I don't know why that started happening to us all of a sudden this afternoon. But let me turn to the board members and see if anyone has any questions. Janine, did you finish your remarks? You were right at the end when I got booted out
I
of Zoom.
was, and I appreciate you recognizing that. If I could just have a few more minutes and I can wrap up.
Okay. Yeah.
Fred? Okay, great.
Okay, we're ready?
Yep.
On the DOT shipping paper requirement, we urge the agencies, EPA and DOT, to phase in an electronic hazard communication for highway transportation. That's the #1 mode of transportation for industry. We believe this can be done using common electronic communication methods. We've already heard about QR codes. There's also the possibility of a PDF document being downloaded to an electronic device that's in the vehicle with the driver. There's also the possibility of an email or fax directly to an authorized official. The point being, there are communication methods that make this possible that we do agree are safer than, it's a safer way to access such information, either from the driver or the vehicle itself in the event of an accident. So for those reasons, we ask the board to please recommend to EPA that they continue to prioritize their work, or maybe this message is for DOT directly as well, because I know they're on the call. We heard from Mark Rainey earlier that the Volpe Center could continue aiming authorization for allowing such alternative communication methods. And finally, I just want to reiterate a request that we made to last year's board to give e-manifest users the opportunity to propose charge questions by issuing a notice through the Federal Register that allows more than 30 days for a comment period, and include that process as a recurring part of the advisory board process. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to address any questions.
Sorry. Thank you, Janine.
Thank you.
And I will turn to the board members to see if anyone has any questions. I'm watching for a raise of hands. Addie?
Hello, thank you. I'm just full of questions today, I guess.
That's your
Janine,
job.
Yeah. Janine, thank you for presenting this really interesting approach to process. I just have a quick question regarding the current implementation and if any of the people or groups that you represent have started using e-manifest in more than just the data plus image to kind of start towards that step towards being fully manifest.
I do know of one member that has gone the step further to really implement, I guess the closest thing to describe it as, they have implemented their own electronic signature and that whole communication process that Steve went through earlier with respect to obtaining signatures. So they have implemented that and are already, I don't want to say practicing because they are using it. So I think it's in early stages, but they have implemented that aspect.
So what are the hurdles to, besides some of the ones that we've talked about today, what are the hurdles that are preventing them from using this step-by-step that you have down in, that your step-by-step approach that you kind of presented, or at least pieces of that to help utilize eManifest?
Well, in general, it's just that we don't have the clearance from EPA. I mean, this is a very new idea. And so they haven't implemented anything that could just go outside of what RCRA regulations require. They haven't implemented this process on their own. They haven't been able to do that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Which is why, we're proposing it and getting it out there for consideration at this point. So it's very early, very early.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I think I saw you talking, Carolyn, but I couldn't hear anything that you said. I'm gonna
Sorry, the
pause.
room was muted. Jason, yes, I was calling on you.
Great. Jeanine, I had more of kind of an open-ended question for you because I've been on the board for a few different cycles now, and I know you've brought up before the opportunity for ETC or a different industry user to submit charge questions. And I guess kind of my open-ended question for you is, are there topics or subjects that you felt should have been on the agenda for this meeting that weren't addressed in the white paper, or additional comments or questions that you felt like should have been addressed that weren't? And if so, what were those?
Thank you, Jason, for that very open-ended question. It would probably be, let me just think one moment about a topic that.
I'm gonna ask somebody if this keeps. I'll be back. You want me to put us on mute or?
I'm struggling to think of something else at this time. Jason.
Oh, no, here we go.
Let me see. Because, we had, for example.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
It could be on our end.
It could be on our end too.
I can hear you fine.
Our computer
but-
seems to be.
Jason,
can you hear Jason? Janine, say something again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Jason, if I probably should get back to you, I could probably list more than one topic. I know we wanted to propose this new header record approach, which wasn't, I don't know, there's room in the questions for us to propose it, yes, but perhaps we could have gone in more detail about it, but I should probably address this with you after. Maybe it'd be more of a productive list if I could give that some thought and collect some ideas.
Sure. Yeah, I just felt this would be a good forum to ask that, because again, I've heard this question a couple times. I don't remember exactly what the board put in our write-up last time regarding this topic.
Jason, can we just interrupt for a protocol question from Fred?
Yeah. because of the lack of transparency, if Janine were to go to Jason outside of the meeting to communicate with him about this substantive issue that we're addressing to the meeting. Jason cannot bring that back to the board. You're free to, you all, talk to each other, but whatever you share, that can't be done, not unless it's here in a public sphere. Remember, we're in a fishbowl. FACA, Federal Advisory Committees are in a fishbowl.
Thanks,
So,
Fred. And that was where I wanted to bring it up here, just to give you that opportunity to air that and give the board an opportunity to take that information into consideration in our official write-up and proposal to EPA.
Thank you, Fred, for the reminder. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any hands raised from any other board member, so I will just pause for a moment to see whether any of the other board members have questions for Janine. Emily.
Sorry, took me a minute to get myself off of mute and turn my camera on. So Janine, you mentioned as a first step, the ETC recommends making service providers such as like TSDFs, brokers, transporters, fully electronic. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding that process, and I don't know, maybe EPA, I don't know if EPA can even chime in here, but how would a transporter, if it's not already initiated by a generator, how would a transporter, be able to, I guess, receive that, know that they are getting that shipment? Does that make sense? Like, I'm just trying to understand if they are the ones, you're saying that they need to be fully electronic prior to, say, the generator being going into the process. But isn't it the generator that initiates this process? Am I reading that incorrectly?
No, you are. Certain aspects would have to remain as they are. Can you not hear me again?
I can hear you.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Okay.
Certain aspects would have to remain where they are, as they are. Given the division, given the two layers of that they're working in two different phases at two different speeds. So certain things would have to remain as they are and be, implemented as I stated, in pieces. It's really, the impression is there's a big difference between where service providers are, most notably TSDFs, and where generators are with eManifest. That there's a lack of comfortability with every stage of this. I mean, the first question is, do generators fully appreciate that they need an EPA ID? We just view this in our view, it needs to be walked through step by step to get them used to using eManifest. So I understand what you're saying, but a lot would have to carry on as usual as we work through this process, one step at a time.
And I guess that's where I am, I guess struggling with this, because it seems like I read in the eManifest that unless all parties were participating, that there, that it would not, it could not be fully electronic. So all parties have to participate in this. And so that's where, having that phased approach, it seems like it has to be that the generators are on board prior to all the other participants. But that may be just my misunderstanding of the process. And I just am trying to, comprehend that in my mind, but it just seems like that generator would have to be that first approach, and putting that information in the system or broker, and then all the other pieces would follow along. So just trying to understand that process. So I appreciate your comments. Just something that I guess I'm having a hard time understanding in this phased approach.
I'll acknowledge it's very, it's there are questions, there are things to work through with implementation. So I hear you, I acknowledge that. So these are things that, we can bring to the forefront as we envision how those different phases would work with the reality of e-manifest.
All right. Thank you, Emily. And Jennifer is up next with her hand up.
I don't know if this is allowed, but it's not really a question for Janine directly, but to kind of maybe clarify what she was saying and to answer Emily's question. Most of the manifests that are created either by the TSDs, brokers, or transporters before they even get to the generators. So that is, I think, what Janine was kind of getting behind, saying that those three need to go fully electronic before the generators could, because that's where it kind of starts. There is a few generators out there that will start the manifest process by themselves, but most of them are being created by the TSDs, transporters, or brokers. So I think that is where why they need to go fully electronic first. I hope I clarified that a little bit better.
That was very helpful. That was a misunderstanding on my part in the process of it. So that's great to understand. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, I'm watching to see if any other board members have any questions for Janine. Pause for a moment in case someone raises their hand. All right, I'm not seeing any, so thank you, Janine, for your public comments and for answering the questions from the board. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Carolyn.
And I apologize that EPA got kicked out of the Zoom platform a couple of times, but hopefully that won't happen again. We'll keep our fingers crossed. Fred, we have concluded our public comments.
Yes.
Are we ready to adjourn for the
Yeah,
day?
yes, I just want to say a couple of things. So thank you all for a very productive day one. Thank you to EPA. Thank you to our public commenters. Thank you to the public for attending this meeting. The meeting will restart tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time. A reminder to the board, please join us at 9:30 for our pre-meeting meetup, admin session. And I want to say, enjoy your rest of your day. Thank you all for all your hard work. And this is EPA signing out. The meeting is adjourned for today. See you all in the morning.
Thank you so much.